Just 2? Really? Oh. That's kind of a lot. It's nice to see me. I'll have to take your word for it. I've never met me. Cool. Tidus D's. Note a creature type that hasn't been noted. So you can name your hand for basically the entirety of any one game. Sure. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, we did sort of just actually play a 1/1 counter commander, come to think of it. Well, not necessarily, but... Sure. 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 Oh, Hydroid crazes. Yeah. Remove instructable counter. Gains instructable, so it does work. Shield counters are kind of funny. Not really that exciting, though. If you get that going, it's kind of too late for that maybe, but who knows? Whenever. Okay. I guess this is just a card. Damage dealt to this creature. It's not really exciting. Monoskelion? I didn't know this was a card. Oh, that's so cool. I like Triskelion. That's cool. It's probably pretty easy to ultimate that, but it could just be a creature. Yurvol's a bit weird. Dang it. Why can't it just be... Oh yeah, Esper Sentinel. Hello. Hardly seems necessary, but... Same with this, not necessary. I think Tamiel's still just broken. Not at its best though. What about you? Oh, okay. It's probably hard to trigger Pallet Collector. Oh, Voice of Resurgence, please. Let's see. It has nothing to do with anything, but I don't really care. Wait, what's the better one of this? I think it's also green, white? Find it. I didn't find it. I had to find it. Hardened bonds, there it is. Thing's always hiding. Yeah, I like Minotaur. Humiliation's interesting. Or one more. I guess Skrill. Which probably means give her runes. Wash away stupid. I'm gonna not. Maybe those check wins are fine. Oop, oop. Wait a minute, what's the blue one doing? Nothing? Okay, we don't really have any blue yet. Something to keep track of at least. I want Mana Confluence. No Fabled Passage. No Nykthos. It's kind of a bit out there, but it's funny. It's certainly funny. Bit out there though. Oh, sure. Another one of those. Really care about Thrumming Bird? Fine. I mean, it's a blue card. Don't have a lot of those. I think I want Brainstorm as well. What do you do? I mean, yeah, they're the same card. I just call them both Hummingbird. I just call them both the same thing. I guess for now, not super excited about it though. Pretty easy to trigger Guide of Souls, I think. Pretty easy for this. Yeah, Shredder's fine. I like Shredder. Oh, Basri Cat. Oh. It's pretty easy to get Heliod to get stupid on his own, but it's just easier to play another like card that is scarier. Solitude, let's see. Can we play it? It's probably pretty easy to play Solitude. Is it, actually? Probably. Yeah, it's probably pretty easy. We could run Mana Drain. Although, I don't really use it. This is a deck where people aren't going to concede if I cast it, so... Do I own Mockingbird? I don't know if I do. I do. Enters with. Enters with. Enters as. Technically works, I guess. Eh. What's the cat? What's that green-white cat? The other green-white cat. This one. Attacks. Each creature you control power greater than its base power. Yeah, that one. This one's probably okay. It's still 4. Kind of want to dodge anything that costs more than... Really want to dodge anything that costs more than 2. But we'll probably make some exceptions for some really egregious cards. Maybe too many Hydras. Mana Sink every game is probably fine. Some kind of Mana Sink. Yo, Kaito's the one I'm thinking of, but there's probably more. I like Basri Ket, but I'm super biased. I don't like Ajani. I don't think the plus is so lackluster. The minus is funny. You can just, haha. The minus is funny, the plus is just so not scary. It's uber slow. At that point, you just play the Wandering Emperor, probably. But I do kind of like the minus. Let's say this swings as a... Even if it's 6... I don't know. Gideon's funny. Other Gideon is funny. I mean, yeah, you could just play this. It has a much more significant plus. It lets you swing sometimes. It also, like... Well, that's what it does. It lets you swing. Look, I want to play this, so you can't... You just can't stop me. I'm going to be real with you. Any opportunity to play Basri Ket, I'm doing it. If Teferi was still 3 mana, it would be in here in a heartbeat. Tamiya was interesting too. It's pretty easy to have both the plus and the minus be somewhat significant. And it also is this annoying thing. You're attacking your opponent at an angle that can actually be really annoying. Instead of just another creature, because we have so many creatures. That's worth thinking about. It is 4, though. Did I put... I did. Luminarch Aspirant. This card got nerfed for alchemy, I think. Yeah. Or nerfed for something. I don't really gain life. Even if I put Heliod in my... Oh, there it is. Yeah, I don't think... like, this doesn't... This is not Heliod. We can play Solemnity? No, I don't like Elspeth. Don't really like Elspeth. I mean, if you want your 5-minute Crater Hoof, fine. Fine. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's like a 5... Oh, wait, you didn't say this card. You said Resplendent. I thought you were talking about this one. This is kind of like a 5-minute you win the game. Sort of. You just suddenly... your entire board flies and they just weren't expecting it. So I would argue this is probably as close as you're going to get to a 5-minute Crater Hoof. Kind of want to just take out Tamiyo. This card's not real to me. I don't... Like, I read this, it doesn't exist. No, that's not a real card. Much prefer this one. Even Cathar's Crusade. I actually had a copy of this in paper, and I gave it to somebody, to which then they proceeded to play it every single game, because of course they did, and it just wrecked me, and I regretted my investment. But times are different. I don't know, I think Elspeth is something to think about, just because you can suddenly kill your opponent in the air, out of nowhere. Which is kind of funny. Like, this is slow. It's like a slow burn. We don't really have to worry about that. We should be winning already. But this can just win the turn you play it. Who knows? Maybe the... it's also kind of really a lackluster turn 2 play. Not the most exciting turn 2 play. What's the other hardened skills? Well, Virtue's just super slow. Yeah, that's it. Or Oro's... Oh. Ozolith. That's it. I think both of these are fine. That was what I was looking for. That was the card. Yeah, Ozolith. Yeah, but like I said, it's not really a strong 2-drop turn 2 play. I'd rather have almost any other thing to do on turn 2, so I don't care about the 2-minute side of it. And the 5-minute side is just a bit slow. Whereas, again, Elspeth just instantly wins the game. This doesn't instantly win. In fact, it doesn't do anything when you cast it until the next turn. Vigilance is alright, maybe, but no, it should be just winning. Is this a Snapcaster deck? Speaking of, you know, flashing 2-minute cards. Is Snapcaster a card in here? 5 instants, how many sorceries? Literally no sorceries. Alright, never mind. No Snapcaster. No Snapcaster. Right. Snapcaster goes in plenty of aggro decks, my guy. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's not a Jace deck. You know, the more I think about it, the less I like Tamiyo. Less I like Tamiyo. I'd almost prefer maybe the card Sleep. I think we got Sleep in Pioneer thingy. Although, I guess it's close enough to Sleep that you might as well give yourself the option to have the plus. Oops, I forgot about Bristly Bill. I didn't look at the landfall cards. What's the other Roiling Earth? Nope. This one. Roaring Earth, whatever. Yeah, those are fine. Well, that's a world record pace. Ride the Shapoof. I wouldn't say tokens, no. That's not part of the idea. Felidar Retreat, again, doesn't really do anything on turn 4 at all. But then, I mean, it's kind of just like the 5-minute card we're talking about. Yeah, it's arguably faster than that, but still. Whenever land enters, put a counter on this. Costs 3. Because I want to kill my opponent with the cards that I play, I think I'm going to take out Enduring Innocent and Welcome and just run something else that actually like hits my opponent. Now I would prefer these to be creatures, but I think they're fine. I think they're fine enough. I could remove anything that's not a creature and just run more creatures, because these don't do anything without a creature, and they're not really that scary on turn 2. But once they get going, we have all the fetch lands in the world. Oh, right. Modified. Yakdama. These sagas are so weird to me. That's so weird. Yeah, you could run Nadu. It makes the like Bristly Bill stuff feel better, but outside of actually, you know what, let's look. It's probably an Brawler's a 5-drop, isn't it? Or is it a plot 4? Wait, what are we talking about? Botanical Brawler? Oh, there you are. Sure. What's Nadu doing? So here, all of these. Let's not add the Ozolith. This has to die, so let's not add that. Different powers you control. Okay, ooh, yes, that's reasonable. Yuna. What? Nadu triggers twice from the commander? What are you talking about? What the heck is Omniscience Draft? At the beginning of combat, move a counter to target creature, and then whenever you... How does it happen twice? Beginning of combat, move a counter, boop boop, from target creature to a second target creature. It can't target Nadu twice. And then whenever more. No, this is only once. Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. Right. I see what you're saying. Correct. I got too caught up in you specifically saying it targets Nadu twice, or I got caught up myself. I thought you were talking about it targets Nadu twice, like not the card Nadu, not like triggers it twice. I see what you're saying. All right, TMA cost 4. You can go out. Yeah, thinking Nadu is balanced. Yeah, silly me. That's my bad. It's a borderline Solitude deck, but I'm still going to keep trying Solitude. We could just run Chain to the Rocks in this spot for like the efficient removal. Could just Chain to the Rocks. Could do both. They're both white cards. It's a white card for Solitude. Forgot the headquarters. Boop. Doubling season? Nope. Don't need it. Is there a Tidus sleeve? Bruh. Oh. Rip. Draft Arena's Omniscience Emblem. Is that what are you talking about? We're not in a midweek thing, are we? Am I misunderstanding something? There's no midweek event. Is it like Tuesday? You talking about like Tuesday? If you're talking about Tuesday, I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have to pay to enter? Oh. Am I gonna play? What are you talking? Are you gonna buy me in? You out of your mind? You insult me. I'd have to... Wait a minute. What? Hold on, what? Wait, what? Hold on. I'm confused. One bonus pack. Okay, wait, hold on. Do you get this when you win? Or is this the... Like, is that the... Are these separate, or does it pile up? Like, alright, you get 200 gems in a pack, or you get 300? Or is it like you get all of these? You get 100, and you get 200, and you get 300, then you get 400. Like, do these stack? Or are you just only getting the tier of the one that you finished on? Because these are low rewards. You get the ones for the number of wins. You get the one for the number of wins you have. So if I get 4 wins, I do not also get this one. And this one and that one. I only get this one because the rewards are really, really, really bad. If that's the case. Like, these are probably the worst draft war rewards I've ever seen. You have to basically do the entire thing to profit. You have to go like 6 and what? 6 and 2 minimum? I don't believe that, actually. You have to win 6 to break even. That's insane. That's insane. Why? What's with the pack chance reward? I don't understand. Why would anyone do this? It's just the cards you draft themselves? For 750 gems, I guess? This is close. This is like the closest I've seen it to the Brawliseum in Hearthstone. I suppose this breaks everything, right? The games end on like turn 2 or something, and it's really fast. And everyone can pick the giant expensive cards out of the drafts and not feel like, oh, I want this cool mythic to in my collection, but I can't like win the draft with it. But the Omniscience emblem lets you win the draft with it, so maybe you can pick like interesting cards in the draft. Still just seems a bit egregious to me. I mean, what can you even do with 200 gems if you net 200 gems? Except maybe go infinite if you're like a sweat lord, I guess. Yeah, it definitely feels like Yu-Gi-Oh! But yeah, most profit is from the cards you draft. I suppose I have to agree with that one. I don't know, the only time I draft is when I get a free token. Which I actually do have a free token. I don't think it let me use it on that event, though. Yeah, you can buy one pack with your, like, 750 gem investment. Big sus. Alright, the pup was named wrong twice in chat, but fortunately I already got it. Alright, well, I should take my money and run, because I've hit 100 cards already, which at this point in time is... Oh, dang it! I thought I was getting away with something. That's actually pretty good. I don't know, I don't follow draft. There's a guy called, what's his name? Something Spaghetti? Whatever. We were on the same Magic team for, like, a little bit. We're on the same pro Magic team. He's, like, one of the biggest draft streamers on Twitch. He exploded because he's really good at draft. Right when the team was no longer a thing, he just exploded. I'm terrible at draft. Honestly, I just get too upset. I can control my upsetness in Brawl, but I can't control it in Draft, where I just lose to cards that I didn't even have access to. It just bothers me so much. Like, oh, I lost to a Mythic Rare that I literally couldn't play because it wasn't in the packs I pulled. Like, it just... And they played their one Mythic, and I'm just tilted. It deals way too much psychic damage to me. Well, Evolve, I think, is weird. Because we don't play big creatures, I might evolve it twice, and then it doesn't grow again, and I'd rather it just be like Siren Storm Tamer. I would just prefer it to be Siren Storm Tamer at the end of that, like, juncture. I can probably get rid of one of these X creatures. This one technically actually costs 1, so maybe not that one. Maybe one of these can come out. I feel like they're all just... I like my Chaos as much as I do. Oh, I added the Did I add both modulars? Because I did not. I don't like the modular. It can only modulate to another artifact creature, which I don't really have any of, so... I don't think I've ever played Falco Sparrow as a commander. I don't think so. I'm not sure. Not sure. Just open packs in the right order. I mean, you know, you're not wrong, but I don't know how to do that. But you're not wrong. The vampire that does the thing with stuff? Is it the one, the white one? That flies and stuff? This one? No. This one? Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's the, it's a soldier. Isn't it a soldier? Pretty sure it's white. Okay, I can't seem to find it. I thought it was a white 2-drop. Is it not a vampire? No, not Warden of the Sky, not that one. Ah. This one. Yeah, that's probably arguably somewhat gross, maybe. Right below my cursor, sir, that doesn't help me at all. My cursor moves really quickly. I don't like the 3-drop. No. No, I don't really care for the spawns. It's kind of like last time. This is also colorless mana. I don't care about the spawns. You can make the spawns big with other cards, but then you're just compounding a problem. You're kind of creating your own puzzle to solve, and it's just not necessary. I'm not really using the 0-1s. Not really. I wouldn't be too surprised if I could actually regenerate this. Oh, it'd be so cool to play this card again. Oh, I haven't played this in Standard. This was Return to Ravnica Standard. And it had that sword. What was the scimitar? It was like a scimitar that went with it or something. I can't remember. I think it was a blue-green deck in Standard. I think it was a blue-green deck in Standard. I could just replace a Hydra with it, because, I mean, it is what it is. I really don't. I'm not sold on this bird. I'm so not sold on this bird. Unless I maybe replace a Hydra with it, but still, I'm not, like, super big on it. It's nice to see that blue isn't, like, the dominant force here, though. Combo cards? What? Okay, I no longer like Counselor. Again, I think this is asking too much for the boon. Just ask too much of me. And it's not necessary. Humiliation is another kind of sus card, maybe. I like the early interaction, though, but still. Early interaction is very important. But it's not a creature, and I'm more interested in just swinging and killing somebody than I am doing that. And then probably just another Hydra. I think I just have too many of these. These are not 1-drops. Can't be blocked by more than one creature. Doesn't have reach. Doesn't have trample. What is going on in that artwork? I do not know. You don't like the Ujin thing? But it's a 1-drop. I think this is better than all of the Hydras because it's a 1-drop. It costs half as much. I can literally play it as a 1-drop. I can play it in every single game as a 1-drop as well because it's colorless. I think that's just fine. I think that just automatically makes it better than all of the Hydras. It's literally a 1-drop. I forgot about Stone Coil. Could do that as well. Protection from monocolored or multicolored? Oop. Where is it? What? Isn't it called stone? Oh, it's because it's an X spell. It's not a 0-drop. It's an X spell. It goes at the end of the list, not the front of the list. Yeah, sure. I mean, fine. Again, we'll just probably take another Hydra then. What is this stupid thing we're talking about? Oh, yeah, that thing, the Hydra. Fine. I keep thinking that's the whenever you explore, it gets a 1/1 counter on it. Okay, I don't actually like that one too much. You can actually proliferate the counters on the bestowed enchantment. So it's kind of funny. It's alright. It can let me win through certain things. Still kind of like the Coven one. I kind of actually still like this one. No, I like all these. Do I have... Yeah, I do. Is that right? Not quite. Mossborn Hydra is probably one of the slowest cards in here. It doesn't take much for that to kill your opponent, though, once you play it. But I'm not playing it turn 2. And that is extremely significant. This is incredibly significant. I can't play it turn 2. It's definitely no Bursley Bill. Kaito could come out. It depends how often I'm not getting the second blue source, but this is definitely questionable just because 2 blue is kind of annoying. Yeah, I guess trample's okay. If ever a deck wants to trample. I mean, if this is left alone, it wins. But it comes in turn 3. And if I don't have a fetch land by that point, which I most likely won't, having played them earlier, that Mossborn is even slower. So, I think it's just not... We're not exploiting Mossborn Hydra. I still like Arwen. Evolving it. What are you talking about? Oh, I guess. Yeah, it is probably. Yeah, it doesn't really work out too well, does it? Doesn't work out too well. I mean, if I get hit by a sweeper, that game's over. Yeah, that's just is what it is. Try to kill your opponent before that happens, though. That's just your opponent winning the game, because every game you have it. Like it's just one of those cards. It's like a hate card. Heroic Intervention is just a hate card. It's like, oh yeah, you're playing against someone with a sweeper. Yes. Okay. Do you have it in that game? Yes. Okay. Did it save you? Yes. Like there's too many questions to ask. It's just a hate card. Like a destroy target blue permanent. It's just like a hate card. Don't really like those in singleton formats, but Intervention's also fine in other contexts, somewhat. Probably play the Serpent, whatchamacallit, or whatever? I can't remember. Yeah, but not every commander runs sweepers. Most decks don't really run board wipes, and again, it's like if your opponent's a blue deck, your Cavern of Souls is really good, but otherwise it's not. So it's the same with those. It's literally just a hate card for a specific matchup, and you have to have it, and they also have to have the sweeper. Other than that, it's just a protection spell that's overcosted. You could just play a Serpent, whatever. Serpent, no, the skin, not this one, dang it, Snakeskin's Veil, jeez, took me way too long. Snakeskin's Veil. Yeah, we have the Chocobo. Bop, 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 bop. Grispoon is funny. Yeah, there's a 3-1. The addendum? Amendum? What's it called? I think it gives vigilance. Oh yeah, Adeline. Adeline's kind of just dumb, isn't it? I'm not playing it turn 2, but that doesn't stop. Yeah, this one. Unbreakable Formation. At least that's the one I was thinking about. I don't know what you were talking about, actually. Yeah, if you want to play board wipe, sweeper, protection, knock yourself out. But 90% of the time, your opponent doesn't have a sweeper, and it's like, oh, well, didn't do anything. And then you just have an overcosted protection spell. Yeah, I actually kind of like this one. It puts a counter on your creatures. It does put a counter on your creatures. You can also just literally run counter spells instead of a protection spell, so they're useful in the other 90% of scenarios, as opposed to the 1 out of 10 games your opponent sweeps the board. You could just run a counter spell that deals with that and your opponent's sweeper. We are in blue. But I kind of want to not play Mana Drain. What would Mana Drain do? Let's see. Mana Drain would give me a bunch of... Oh, you know what? We have a bunch of X spells. Boop. It's literally the same as Intervention, except 10 times better, because it's good in every matchup, and also wins the game. Look at that. It's double blue, though, which is extremely ugly. It's super ugly that it's double blue. Yeah, I'll try experiment one for now, I guess. I'm not going to run a second island. No, I'm not going to run a second island. Again, this is essentially a 5-mana Craterhoof Behemoth. Okay. Let's ship it as this. And turn off my stupid air conditioner. Yeah, the Sage is not. The Sage is just too slow for me. Okay, we're here with Tidus, 3-mana 3/3 Bant. Beginning of combat on your turn, you move a counter from a target creature control onto a second target. You cannot target the same creature twice, essentially, but that's pretty cool. And then it has Cheer. Whenever one or more creatures you control with counters on them deal combat, you draw a card and proliferate. So it's kind of like Gix. It's like Gix, except it gets to play green, so it's like a really, really good Gix. Now, that is to be said that I actually don't have an army of mana dorks and stuff, because unlike something like whatever that Teamer chick is, that whatever, the one you always want to play on turn 2 or it's not great. It's not quite that important to play this on turn 2, in my opinion. You can. You very easily could get away with doing that. I'm just not doing that. So there's not really any 1-mana mana dorks. Delighted Halfling might just be an exception to this, and I should run it maybe, but for now, I'm just going to try to not do that. And so yeah, you want to put counters on things, 1/1 counters. I just did this not too long ago and spread them around. It triggers Nadu, which is obviously disgusting. Nadu doesn't need much help being gross. Hydras, anything that enters with 1/1 counters, hardened scales, the typical stuff. The blue is kind of on the sideline here. Could easily run more blue cards if you want it. Could run less. You could run none if you want it. But I think the blue cards in here are just decent. This one's a little questionable. It could just be a Siren Storm Tamer. But I don't know. It's got 1/1 counters on it, so that matters when you poke your opponent to trigger this, I guess. But still, it's like, it's whatever. Ledger Shredder's nice. Thrumming Bird is... yeah, that's another thing. The Thrumming Bird and the other Thrumming Bird, they don't care about their own existence, but they can with this, assuming you move a counter onto it, and then suddenly things are happening. That's kind of cool, I guess. But I don't want to get too fixated on moving counters around, because then you're locked up and not really killing your opponent really quickly if you're just focused on spreading your stuff around. But we're a go-wide strategy regardless, so it might not really matter. And this card is cool too. It's pretty easy to remove counters from things when we're making a ton of them and proliferating all the time. Yep, that's about it. Another 1/1 counter aggro beatdown deck. Haven't seen this before. Haven't seen this one before. Not exactly like this. This is doing its own thing at least, which is a good sign. I've only played against it like twice. Oh no, I think I've only played against it once. I don't even know what the Final Fantasy... No, I'm pretty sure I've played a Final Fantasy 14 commander. I don't know how I haven't. That's odd. I don't know any Final Fantasy 14 character. So maybe I'm just wrong, but I feel like I've played most of the commanders in the set. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know. That's really weird. I guess I gotta believe you. I don't even know what Tidus is from. I don't know these things. Alright, we have the best card in our deck, and enough to go with it that I don't care. So. Let's get Breeding Pool, I would say, yep. Almost didn't click it. And then not play this so I don't lose. You can hover over them and see. Oh. Okay. Seems interesting. Let's play... I think I'm going to play this on white, because if I don't, it's kind of sad. And then I'll play Ozolith and leave out Washaway, because there's no way my opponent respects that. And surely I hose them. Think that's my best bet? I don't know. I really need my opponent to cast their commander here is kind of the idea. They did not cast their commander. We are in actual shambles. Play your commander, please! Come on, I need you to... Oh, come on, whatever. No, figures. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Alright, well, we were banking on that Washaway being rather impactful, and, you know, to the surprise of no one, my opponent had the perfect and only answer to it, so... There it goes, out the window. Also, yeah, I suppose there might be an argument that that's better. At least it's adjacent, I don't know. I could take out something else as well if I wanted to. I actually also like Sylvan Safekeeper too. But Innkeeper and take out one of these. Yeah, we'll take out that one. They're kind of the same, except one of them can randomly be a 7/7, I guess. Yeah, we were all in. Didn't pay out. Twiz, that's not how you spell your, buddy. Let me help you out there. There you go. Just for future... I didn't mean to click keep. Ooh, I didn't mean to click keep. I wasn't looking. Is this a good hand, please? Okay, well, it can be if I draw land. I did not mean to click keep. I really didn't mean to click that. Looks like they have Thoughtseize, too. Ooh, I just clicked I clicked back into the game after clicking the Twitch chat. I did not mean to click keep there. I happened to click like right over there. Okay, well we drew a good card. A card my opponent probably would have taken, honestly. They most assuredly would have taken this card. But that doesn't mean much, because I yet again need to draw land. Oh, please blow this up. Please. Please. Of course. Why not? Well, I can't complain that they ignored me, because they did cast an interactive 1-drop, but we'll see what happens now. Alright, not the best draw. I suppose it's not the worst one, but it could be better. I don't think I'm going to do this. Maybe I had to. I don't think that's getting me out of anything, though. I mean, this deck is like mono 1 and 2 drops, kind of unfortunate. You can like take a look at the mana base, but I mean, it's all symmetrical. It shouldn't. We've only had 2 games so far. And I also didn't mean to click keep. Hey, it's the bad rampant growth, but who cares? Because it's still a rampant growth, right? Alright, I don't think we beat the black-green ignores you deck. Also, that wasn't Emergent Sequence, it was Rumble. I thought they just played Emergent Sequence. My bad. It's not the bad one. You also have 1-minute interaction? Okay, it's 2-minute interaction, sure. That plays lands. Okay, well. We did have cards this game. We did play them. If I play that untapped, what am I doing? Playing my commander? I guess? Because it feels like just kind of the best thing to do right now. Sure. Does it auto-proliferate? It does not. Or, I mean, yeah, whatever. If they don't have a ramp spell, I mean, a reanimate spell, I guess we're fine. What's this do? Nothing. does nothing. They reanimate, or they mill two. Oh, wait, there's a scary one. Let's say a bunch of random stuff. So I can play this. I can play this, though. I should probably play as much nonsense as I can. And at this point, I should play this. Which makes me feel bad that I did. Well. It is just one, right? I don't have to pay any X. Yeah, I don't have to pay any X. Yeah, now I feel a little bit bad about not playing a turn 1. Hopefully it doesn't cost me, but we'll see. I can just get that. Doesn't really matter. Put that to that. Just for more damage. It's pretty easy block with stick finger. I don't think it does anything anymore. And there's a chance I beat the first reanimated target here. Oh, this is turning out pretty well for a random keep. It wasn't looking good, though, to start. Wasn't looking good, but okay, let's see what happens. No, it's always a combo deck. It's always doing the same thing. It doesn't do anything interesting except mill and reanimate. Of course it has the reanimate spell. Why wouldn't it? Whoop-de-doo. Apparently it has multiple reanimate spells. Fascinating. Is it good enough? Is that good enough? Probably, because Razaketh just finds a card that makes it good enough. I do not beat Portal to Phyrexia. Okay, I guess it's a combo deck. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Can't say I've ever seen this before, but it looks like I'm not going to win. Alright. Fun. I'm glad you had your perfect everything. I wish I could do that. Alright, well on the bright side, we weren't going to win if we Mockingbird turn 2. So I didn't, like, catastrophically destroy everything, but that's boring. Can't say I've ever seen that before. I'm sure it's vastly more consistent than Colossus, Cultivator Colossus, though. So feels like it's way more consistent. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's just ignores you ramp deck. Who cares what the I win the game situation is? It just ignores you ramp deck nonsense. Fine. Well, I will take a turn to play those. I have not touched the land count, but we are not drawing lands in this deck. I think it's exactly 40 still. Which I kind of presumed was too many lands, because the entire deck stops at like 2 mana. Okay, well, we're getting bailed out here. Let's play... Does it matter? No, it kind of does not matter, so I'll just play whatever. This is once per turn? Yeah, alright, so I guess just not both of these in the same turn is the idea. Wait a minute. They blew up the... Huh. You think I could have won because they went at 2? Maybe. Maybe. I could have definitely made it harder for them to win. I could have made it harder for them to win for sure. This is definitely something that could have happened. Do I proliferate this? Target opponent reveals their hand. I think I do, because it gives my opponent ever so slightly less information. It gives my opponent less information, because otherwise they draw a card first, and they can maybe discard something else, but this is... They're gonna do it anyways, and I'm losing my graveyard, it doesn't matter. Might as well just jump start it. Oh, they also don't see the card I draw. Yeah, so that was actually right. That's kind of cute. Okay, so now they blow it up. So they're interested in both of those. They did blow up kind of the 2 scariest cards in my entire deck. Let's play the 3rd scariest card in my deck. And then this thing. I can just wait. I can just wait on that. See what I draw first here. Okay, that changes things. Not quite actually. No, it kind of does change things. Yeah. Alright. Kind of does change things. It's like maybe damnation or bust. Probably. Okay, good sign. They lost their damnation window. And now they have to do something crazy. I don't know what that is, but you're gonna need it. That's not it. Okay, well. Yeah, there's no mega blue now. They just missed their window. They also never played any blue mana, which is interesting. It didn't stop them from doing things. They played no blue mana, and they played no ramp spells. heavy interaction. You don't normally see this card. The other three make sense. This one's up in the air for me, but Abrupt Decay is more and more value as time has gone on. The value of this card has increased because things like Tamiel and whatnot exist, and you just need stuff like this now. But no board wipe. Although again, board wipes would be a little surprised to see one. Madrotha's okay casting them because they happened before this, but no blue mana is very interesting too. No ramp spell is probably the most interesting thing that happened. It probably defines the mulligan. You're just looking for interaction in not ramp spells, but I feel like the ramp spell ignores you strategy is better than a bunch of removal. Like, look where I am through all the removal. I think you're better off just casting ramp spells and blitzing to this, but who knows? Maybe it's bad either way. Yeah, Madrotha is one of the slowest commanders in the format, so is an extremely slow commander. But it's in really good colors. It's in good colors, but it's definitely no Nashi. Very slow. Probably the slowest thing you can get away with is Madrotha, and that's just because of the colors. If it was like red-white and it was at that speed, it would just be like... it'd be slower than Quintarius. Or, I think it's Quintarius. Whatever the Loxodon is. Is it a Loxodon? I think it's an elephant, actually. I don't think it's a Loxodon. If there's a reason to delineate. Alright, we have the dumb card again. But I don't have much else going on. I think that's okay. The dumb card is pretty stupid. So, whoop. Okay. Loxodons are elephants. Yeah, but like, isn't it... like, they have elephants in the game. Like, specifically elephants, don't they? Well, I have one play. We have not struggled with blue mana, but we've struggled with white mana, and there should be an equal amount of both. I might have to shave some of the blue lands for more white. There's not a lot of blue, there's definitely a lot of white, but... it's been a thing. Yeah, Loxodons are elephants, but like are all... not all elephants are Loxodons. So if I play this, I can play Nadu, and I feel like I don't want to go a turn without doing anything. And I don't need triple green, so we can just cast Nadu. I think Nadu is just, like, really good here, especially triggering the Hardened Bonds. Yeah, this means no white mana for next turn, but I get Nadu up front, and Nadu is definitely very scary. Opponent agrees. I found white mana. Does it make me want to cast this pre-combat? Not really, because most things my opponent can have right now are more than... less than 3, so... not too worried about it. Okay, let's go get Temple Garden. Be funny to see the Stifle. Yep. Loxodons have been retconned? Really? Wow. Let's pick up the Forest. Let's play you. I can only cast one card anyways, I don't need the second land. Does this force a move? Let's see. Nope. Could have done it pre-combat for sure. Okay. They flash in a thing that I've never seen before. Non-creatures have flash. Whenever you do stuff, things happen. Okay. Interesting. Loxodon has been retconned to elephant. Weird. That's very strange to me. I thought Loxodon was like kind of a cooler creature type than elephant, but no, alright. What do I know? I'm just a consumer. What do I know? So, 2 creatures are nice. I don't think it matters too much what order I play both of these in. Just play it in this order. It is what it is. Counter, trigger the thing with stuff. Play this. And that. Always swinging here. Correct. Okay. I could have technically played Tidus that turn, but all Tidus would be doing is drawing cards, and I kind of want to just play the cards I already have, so I'm applying pressure. Can just draw cards later. And it's still, I think, up to my opponent to interact with me, and Nadu still exists. It's a strange attack. I'm going to force any kind of issue. I don't care what that issue is. They do not they don't pay for Esper Sentinel. We lose the Nadu, but who cares? It did just replace itself. And I forced out the, I guess, combat trick. Another target creature you control with protection of the card type your choice. Alright, so it's a weird version of stuff. Alright, so I can play this, name whatever I want. I guess I'll name human. This card is actually kind of cool. I forgot to talk about it in the intro. I'm actually kind of a fan of that. Yeah, I played him in the... Oh, no, it doesn't actually matter. Never mind. Doesn't matter. Yeah, no Nadu. But I think the game probably would have ended on the spot had my opponent left me with Nadu. I don't really care about this. Honestly, I don't really care about anything my opponent has. This is annoying, but not annoying enough for me to make a move on it. And we can probably just wait. Yeah, because if we play this after... Okay, yeah. Yes. So here to there. One of them. No attack with those. This is fine. I don't care if I lose this to a block. All of these oh wait, no, I can't because the protection. I just can't do that. All right. Never mind. Do not proliferate this. There's no reason to. It doesn't race to anything impactful. This is a good draw, but this is so scary. But I think I'd rather just leave up this ability. So I'll just play this. With the treasure token. Yeah, that's just better. MH3? Another Esper Sentinel trigger. Love to see it. Buster Sword doesn't give you a combat text box. Actually, doesn't even let you swing here. Oh, you have to give protection. Oh, they didn't. Oh, they didn't do it. They had to give protection first, I think, to creatures so it could get through. There's no trample, right? You can't enable trample. Out of blue and white? Didn't they have to just do this? That's... what? It's still not trample. Sure, you gain 4. You make a 1-1? No, you make 2 1-1s? No, it's just 1. No, it is 2. Okay. I figured it out. It took me a while, though. Can name... I'm always playing this turn, so I guess I'll just name Avatar. It doesn't matter. Too much to me. Play this pre-combat. I would kind of like to disable this with Heliod's Punishment, but I can't because of this anyways. Correct. So that doesn't actually do anything. I'm close to having an Alpha Strike. I might actually have one now. There is not a significant punish if I swing now, I feel. There's not a huge punish to attacking with everything. It also might actually force my opponent to tap the Pippin, and that could matter for Heliod's punishment. And this is the kind of deck we are, so hanging back is not productive to me. Love to see an army of chump blocks. That is huge. I will target the Pippin. Oh, they don't activate it. Why are they not? They could have kept their... Huh. Okay. They really want to keep Oscillate Pride alive, which is fair. That's fair. No Proliferate the Solver. Did I already play a land? I did. This is an ideal cast, but I have a board state that wins, so I can just do something else. And I will. Like, I don't need more in play. I'm already just winning. This is probably just free to cast. Might as well just send this card. I don't think it helps me either way, so... If I did protection, if I targeted this, they would lose the aura, but... Yeah, alright, there's no need to cast another card, I'm just winning. No need to do anything. My opponent has to do something, and they only have 2 cards in their hand. And if one of them deals with my board, then... Well, that means I have a handful of stuff that doesn't care. They still swing? Sure, yeah. It's got first strike. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I can do this and sack it. They don't gain life. They don't make tokens. It doesn't have trample. Sweet. Found it. Otherwise, they go to 17. This blocks as a life linker. It's probably still dying in combat, and I think I'm still winning? That they would make 2 1/1 blockers again. Oscillate Pride is so disgusting. It's such a disgusting card. I actually thought about playing it in this deck because of just the text box is better than most of my random things. Like, Thrumming Bird is cool and all, but, like, Oscillate Pride is egregious. But yeah, we got there anyways. Nice. We got there. Look at that. This was a pretty nice game. What was I gonna do? I was gonna look at the lands, correct. So we have... Please, game. Please. I don't care about example. Thank you. Yeah, we'll reevaluate the lands. So, Breeding Pool is weird, maybe. All the blue lands are a bit weird. I don't need wastes. If it's not fetchable, and it's blue and white, it can probably come out. Same with blue and green as well, actually. Non-fetchable blue-greens. Although the green-white ones feel totally fine. It's really just the blue-white ones I think are just kind of ugly. Which, you know, adds up, given this format. What's another... What's another multicolored land I'm not thinking of? What do we got here? So no check lands. I have the pathways. Okay, wait. I made a mistake here. It's a misevaluation. I made a mistake. These are fine. That's fine. I can take out a plains. That's totally fine. Starting town? Tapped unless it's your first, second, or third turn. So it does not help me cast 4 cards in my deck. Perfect. Actually perfect. Okay. Take out Forest. I had someone swear by these cards. The hand lands. The hand lands. I was like, oh, they're just the best. It's like a free. It's a dual land. It's just a dual land. I'm like, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. They're just dead set on it until that one game. This is in paper in person. That one game where I'm like, you just gave me information that I knew that last card was a land. Therefore, I'm going to swing all out. And then they got upset. And never played a hand land again. I'll tell you that much. Don't forget Command Tower. All right, you're a little bit behind. All right, that was about an hour ago. Don't worry though. I'm gonna act as if you're being ridiculous, and I've never done that before. Because if I take accountability for my lack of command towers, I look suspect. All right, how many cards does Ancient Ziggurat not help? 7, 8, 9, 10, plus another 11, so 21. I don't hate the handlands. I don't hate them, but I don't like them. There are so many cards you can play before you get to the handlands that I don't really consider them often. Because I don't have to. There's just enough options already. When they first came out, I was like, you know, now with Triumphs too. There was like a little tick of interest, at least in Modern. Right when the Triumphs dropped. That was back in Ikoria. I saw some more handlands, because the Triumphs just let you do whatever you wanted. And they still kind of do. What's Reluctant Role Model? Second main phase. Something is tapped. Counter stuff, things. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we can play some Stranger Things. Yeah, I like the Triumphs. Triumphs are fine. I got the headquarters in here. I don't think it should ever be Cycling 2. I think Cycling 3 is fine. We already have the Cycling 2 ones. That cost, I think there are only 2 colors. Yeah, I think if it was Cycling 2, there's just no reason. I think 3 is fine. Most of the times you're just playing it anyways. The fact that your land can redraw is already insane to me. Like, oh, I top decked the land? Let me just draw a different card instead. Like, late in the game. It's like, that's already kind of insane. I think 3 is okay. It's also instant speed and uncounterable. What's the other land? There's one more. I'm like on the edge about Ancient Ziggurat. I think there might actually be something there. We don't have enough artifacts for Spire of Industry. I don't like fast lands. Probably free. Let's see. Fast lands do not let me cast 10 cards in my deck. Oh wait, no. Is it just 4 still? I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't read them in a while. I almost never play fast lands. Other lands. So turn 4 onwards. Yep, fast lands are fine. Can run the green-white one and whatnot. Those 2. Maybe all of them? I think they're probably free enough to just shave basics. Normally I'm not a big fan of those, but... yeah. And this is not even really a 5-drop. Not really. Sure. Okay. A deck with fast lands. Look at that. Alright. That should help. We certainly didn't make it worse, so. Hey, it's the thing with stuff. This is the rampant growth one? Correct. Alright, I've only played against this when it was a Luris deck. Okay. Oh, we get to bask in the fast land? Oh, the dream. I haven't played a fast land in over a year, so somebody clip this. Nice. And then we play you, naming whatever we want. It's all this does is just add extra counters to my cards. The Luris is the... Oh, it's the town one. I'm sorry, you're right. It's the town one. What? Bruh. I want human, please. Game. What? What? I must have named human the first time and I'm just emotionally damaged. Alright. So let's put this on white. And this thing? I forgot the saga enters with text on it, my bad. Took me for a loop. Where does it take where's the list? How do I see the list? Please. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Okay. I've never seen this. Human spirit. Alright. Now we know. Now we know until we don't. Sure. It doesn't remove the 1/1 counter, so I can't say I really care about that. Let's name Snake. And this card is just so... Oh. This is basically hardened scales for your opening hand. I love it. Let's play that. Let's play you. No wash away, please. Okay. Alright. Not the most exciting thing I've ever done, but I did do that. I don't regret it, but I kind of do. I said I don't regret it. I don't want to... Alright. Name Bird. You're going to copy this, so... X is... Yeah. And you're going in for 1. Alright, we're here. Let's put that here, because I said so. That way I can guarantee a... Okay, well I actually blocked the original. Wow. Really? Didn't expect that. Okay. This is a blue-green deck, right? You know? Are they playing Tatyova? What is that block? The block confuses me. Yeah, X0 works, but I don't have to. I don't have to. I got caught up in enjoying this card so much that I forgot it does stuff. Let's name Fungus. Oh man, this card is great. It's so stupid. Oh, don't you dare. What is this? Oh, sure, yeah. Alright, alright, alright. Counter anything. I would also do that. Alright, so let's put that there. Oh, stop having things. Oh my... Bruh. Oh, wait a minute. No, I can't stop the... So I have to wash away the middle one to keep my apparition around. So I can proliferate. Because that doesn't care if the creatures have no text on them. It still proliferates. Alright. I mean, they did their best, but you must now still deal with the board. And River's Rebuke removes your own answers, so... Nice, we did it. Yeah. So the counterspell makes sense if you have a Storm card, but... I can kind of see why they tried to shut down the first version of this. Right? Because they really didn't want me to have that. But the block to me is still kind of nuts. I don't know if I'm blocking quite yet with this, especially if I'm not trying to cast it on turn 5. I feel like maybe it would have been better if it blocked more damage later. Hard to assess, though. I mean, yeah, we have too many problems my opponent can't deal with. Look at that. I did my best to make this an awkward card, and I still did the right... Actually, no, I didn't actually mess this up in any way, right? No, I didn't actually do that. Alright, nice. Cool. It was actually better than Hardened Scales there. It's just straight up better than Hardened Scales. It completely carried my 1/1 counters. And yeah, I missed a Tidus trigger, but you know what? Who cares? I win. No, I thought I did the right thing with the snake. I played the snake the same turn I named snake. I played it as a 1-minute investment, right? Enters a 2/2? I think I did. I had like 2 turns to do it, but I think I did it that turn. I just threw out my whole hand. I haven't played Elspeth yet. This does not quite look like an Elspeth hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I get there, it's disgusting. But I have to get there, and I'm not getting there with this on its own. There, that. This is a loose keep. I'm on the draw, too. Very loose. Okay, no, I'm not going to keep this. This is interesting. Still very questionable. I can't go to 6, though. I don't have a white card for Solitude, which is another issue. There's a lot of problems here. See what happens, though. Okay, that sort of helps. No, I'm playing this. I don't care. Might as well get it in now. Then I can go like bloop bloop. I'd be blown away if they killed this. Okay, I didn't think so. That is mono-colored. Let's play you. Tenacious Doge. And nothing. I will not swing because if my opponent wants to swing, it's awkward. I played my commander the turn I played Snake. Rip. Well, I named Human earlier, so I didn't have to worry about that, I guess. This always enters the counter. Look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter your order is. Doesn't matter. Alright, they did not swing with the Voice of Danger. I don't really expect my commander to be super good here, honestly. It's kind of tragic. I really wish I had a white card for Solitude. But I don't. I don't care to have this get trampled either, honestly. Okay, so we'll move a counter from Tidus to... to Tenacious Doge to spread the love. 1/1 counter. Could have named Vigilance with it? No, that's kind of weird. And then we do this. Oh man, Experiment 1 beatdowns. Oh, it's just bringing me back. I love it. Just bring me back. Alright, basket my 4 Vigilance tokens. Couldn't handle the double trample. Couldn't handle the double vigilance. It literally, like, you swing with it. When you have vigilance twice, what happens? Right? I've seen this. It happens in paper a lot. You swing with double vigilance, and it's so straight that it actually turns around and hits you, and then it's like upside down. It's very rare, but it does happen. Paper only. Would you guys follow me if I move to Kick? I'm going to stream on Kick instead of Twitch. Oh wait, that doesn't affect YouTube. Never mind. Yeah. YouTube viewers are not included in the conversation. Plug your ears. I haven't played this yet. This hand is actually good. I feel like this is the first hand I felt good about. Not a great sign, but redundancy is redundancy, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Am I on the draw again? I'm on the draw quite a bit here. Okay, tap land at least. It's not green. You know what we have not seen yet today, which is a bit mind-boggling, is a Mana Dork. Those are essentially game ending. You wouldn't watch my gamble streams? Wow. Kill it, kill it. Alright. Probably best case scenario. I don't really have a good follow-up. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I really don't have a good follow-up. Actually, both of these are atrocious here. Shoot. Yeah, both of them are so bad I should just play this. None of these... I don't have what I need for these to matter right now. Okay, maybe the Chocobo was too important. Maybe I was wrong. I might have been wrong. We are losing very significantly now. I think I'm actually over this. I'm not winning this. I'm not winning this, no. I have no interaction for the mana, and this is gonna... These two cards are better than my entire hand plus these combined, and I can't interact with them, and they're on the play. It's just over. The Chocobo was more important than I thought. It was just more important. Clunky hand. I thought it was a good hand. I actually did, but... I didn't think the first removal spell, which I was kind of hoping they had, so they didn't cast a ramp spell, was fine, but it wasn't. I actually did need the Chocobo. This is either the 4D chess level read from the opponent, or they just, for some reason, didn't cast ramp spells instead. I don't know, that was like... The removal spell cast there makes me feel like they knew what my hand was. Because they had, like, vastly superior things to do in that spot, in my opinion. I'll keep this. That was an interesting choice. The ramp spells are just so much better than removal, but my opponent would have to know my 1-drop is insane. But they didn't know the rest of my hand. Must just be a really good read. Let's do that. It's not busted. What do you mean? I think it's actually kind of just okay. Ugly turn is ugly. Temple Garden. Hollowed Fountain? Temple Garden. Oop. Okay, let's play you. Counter here. I can wait. Okay. Vorinclex doesn't win the game on its own, and it is not POC. But it is a 6/6. With reach. So I could be kind of stonewalled here. And then they just have infinite time because green. It's very interesting. Haywire Might instead of a Metadork. It's best case scenario for me, and it's still not looking great. There's a lot of things that make me lose on the spot. Let's put a counter here. Does it matter? Not quite. I could technically sack everything to swing and trigger my commander, but losing Bristly Bill is really bad. Yeah, the 6/6 is kind of stonewalling me. I don't have Swords or Solitude. Heliod's Punishment. Didn't Mana Drain. No Chain to the Rocks. How do you do nothing? That's insane. I find the attack a bit insane as well. But, okay, I'm not going to block it. I think they're just winning if they just never swing. Just seems a bit unnecessary to me. But alright. Don't know why they swung first. Okay. That's interesting. One efficient blocker. And then not much else. I think I have to commit the Spagoo. The Spagools. Let's, I don't really have anything good here. I can actually copy Might and deal with that so I don't lose to it. I think that card is probably too... Well, no. No. Let's just copy that. Let's move your counter to this and sack anything of my opponent's desire. Could have probably moved something else so the Might doesn't block efficiently, but this doesn't deal with the long-term issue regardless. So I don't really know. Don't really know. Alright, made the best effort I could here. If this flips, it can't block my my flyer. I mean, it can't block at all if it flips. Yeah, with X0 I can copy it, but we're just going to go in with the Swarm Shambler right now. I feel like I'm better off just being all in instead of trying to deal with my opponent's enchantment that potentially does nothing. As far as I'm to understand it. Yeah. Potentially could do nothing, and it looks like it did do nothing. I could deal with the Grand Evolution, but that doesn't solve the main issue. It still triggers. Yeah, I don't think Haywire Might is winning me the game. So, nah. Alright, they have an unstoppable blocker. Oh, they have 2 now. Oh, they have infinite because Scute Swarm's a card. Alright, I think that's the game then. Yep. Not gonna waste my time. Mono green, being mono green. Very, very fascinating, interesting. My opponent could literally win without a commander, probably. Mono green. The best thing you could do in the format. Other than maybe Tamiyo, because Tamiyo and Keenan have green and blue. What's better than Llanowar Elves? Llanowar Elves with Mana Drain. Surely. Might re-evaluate Guide of Souls. It hasn't worked out too well. We're on the draw again. It's been really gross. I don't like being on the draw this much. Ooh, that's also just such a bad thing to see. I'm gonna shock myself because nothing has any meaning. Let's play that. Swing. Play Ledger Shredder next turn, lose the game because I can't deal with this. Blue. I guess I'm just playing this for 1. My opponent is not a multicolored deck anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Alright, well, I mean, my opponent had Ruby Medallion. I really don't think anything I do matter this game. But I guess I'll just sit and watch the turn 3 win from the red deck. Turn 4, whatever. Basically turn 3. I need, like, the perfect amount of treasure, draw, discard stuff to kill me. I'm not sure what this attack means. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, well. Yep. I mean, this is an out that I didn't have a second ago. You must have something. Again, I'm just dead if I do just sit around, so. Could have also probably just put the Guide of Souls in the way. And apparently that cost me the entire game. Sounds about right. That I did not put the Guide of Souls in the way. So now I guess I just lose. Only makes sense. Should have blocked with the Guide of Souls. Yeah, should have blocked with the Guide of Souls. Alright, surely they're totally out of gas, and this game will continue. Most assuredly. Okay. Why not? Yep, alright. I punt it. I was supposed to block with Guide of Souls, and if I did, I actually had a chance to win. I just didn't block with it. I think I could have, but silly me, forgetting that I have to play around the absolute nuts. That's probably just the best opener I've ever seen out of that commander. That's insane. I think most of the if like 9 out of 10 times, I feel like I'm winning that. It's a kind of an uphill battle for a deck like that. I should have blocked at the Guide of Souls. I probably would have straight up won the game if I did. But I didn't, so I lose. Please, game. Let me click my land. I'm not going to go after a Mana Rock on turn 2. Even though it's basically the only thing this deck does. I'm just going to play this. Play this on human. Again, it doesn't really matter. I don't think I'm going to counter the next spell either. I'd rather just cast spells here. Yeah, I think it's just always right to cast the Servant here. No turn 1 Ragavan? I know. Out of their mind. Truly. Palantir, sure. Hollowed Mine is insane. Very peculiar. Okay, so you... here. You... there to there. This is pretty... kind of a one-track game here. Alright, you need to win the game in 2 turns? I think. You have to do it through Mana Tithe. Okay, that helps. Of course it does. Can't do anything about that. Why would I be able to? That doesn't help cast Ulamog, though. Alright, well, I guess nothing matters, because, again, my colorless opponent just has the best things in the universe. Chaos Wand. Well, I might as well Mana Tithe it, because there's nothing else to Mana Tithe. Might as well Mana Tithe it. That is kind of funny. I think casting Tidus is better than anything else. But more mana is probably okay as well. Yeah, let's just do these two so I have more permanents in play. Yeah. Pretty straightforward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 10, I guess I lose. Yay. Okay, they didn't cast their commander. They could have cast their commander. And they just didn't. I don't really know why. I think I have an out that I otherwise should not have. Or they can just make a giant construct and never mind. I miss the days when colorless decks had to think about stuff. I sure miss it. So, can I surprise kill them? If they cast Ulamog, I think I have a surprise win if they just cast Ulamog. I think? No way do I win this. No way. They would have to respect that, which I think is probably unlikely. Okay, they didn't respect it. Did I just win this game? That's insane. I guess if you complain enough, anything's possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I had to block. Oh, was I dead anyways then? I needed both creatures. Hold on. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Block there's 5. And it's 2 off. Ah, it's 2 off. Okay, never mind. We didn't have it. We didn't have it. 2 off. The one ring needed to be deeper encounters, or I needed one of my creatures alive, or I needed the ring to be on 4. Yeah. Yeah, no, I needed both creatures. I needed both creatures. That's my last turn. If that was lethal, then it doesn't matter. I didn't even bother counting the lethal damage. It's like, if it's going to kill me, then I need both creatures to kill my opponent. It doesn't matter. 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's not enough. That, nope, that's gone. Yeah, not enough. Not enough. Okay, well, rip. It's either, I think it's 2, yeah, it's 2 off. Land, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's not enough. It's not enough. Well. Of course, I never untap with a chocobo. All my opponents do, though, right? Of course I do. Only makes sense. Do I play the Bastard Cat? No, I cannot play Bastard Cat, so human. Put the counter here. No, we put it here. To be honest, I don't think it really matters. There's no way they blocked the Bristly build. That would be insane. You could have blocked the Guided Souls. It was kind of just free, wasn't it? It was weird. Okay. Couldn't they just block the... some sort of manaless combat trick I'm not aware of? They're going crazy with the fireworks again today, apparently. Okay, so now we decide to stop attacking. Interesting. Everything feels a bit ugly. I'm still gonna play this untapped. Let's put a counter here and just actually try to kill our opponent. Play you. That's a human, right? Correct. I'm not going to play Ozolith here. This is not quite a 2-turn clock, though. It's close. I think this is the best thing I'm going to do, though, so... Move your whenever this dies, put X counters on target creature. Okay, it doesn't really work the way I want it to. I think it's fine to spread my counters just a little bit. So I will probably put it here. This is a little bit scarier than my commander, I'd say. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, we did it. Man, I don't know if you can hear that. That's crazy. This stadium is going nuts. Let's see if I can't look at it. Oh, yeah. Huh. Stadium's going crazy. Oh, man. I live like 10 streets from the stadium. I can actually smell the sulfur. I can smell the sulfur when I walked up to the window. Lo-fi explosions to play your magic cards to. I think that's how it goes. This is a weird looking hand. Bro, why do we keep these 2-hand lands? What is going on? I've not played against this before, but I know what it does. I think I will play Ledger Shredder. The off chance it's extremely crucial that I do. It's also kind of the only thing I think that makes any sense to play. Okay, that was one of the best, if not the best draw in my entire deck. Not gonna make the Ledger Shredder more scary than it is. No reason. This is a Final Fantasy XIV character? Okay, there you go. I feel like Cavern of Souls just carried me this game, but who knows? Maybe it actually didn't. Let's play... This is on human, huh? Alright, so there. And... Innkeeper's Talent. Ledger Shredder, get rid of the 4-drop. It's not castable, and my opponent can counter it. Probably best I avoid that and just spread counters for the sake of my Tidus. It's less damage now, but it's more damage later, and I think that's fine. Alright, yep, I'm just... It's either Cavern of Souls won that game single-handedly... Whoop, I didn't mean to click through that. Cavern of Souls won the game single-handedly, or maybe it didn't, I don't know. Maybe I was going to win anyways, but Cavern of Souls was probably the best draw possible. Okay, let's play Headquarters turn 1. My opponent moused over their land thinking it was a fetch land. They're just so used to it. That's funny. So you pick up on those kinds of things. You really do. Let's play you. You? Don't care if it gets countered, so it's fine. I don't think I'm doing nothing this turn. I feel like maybe next turn I do nothing. It's debatable. Let's play you and pass. Alright, some kind of targeted spell. I do sort of win if they go for their commit. Well, I don't necessarily win, but Mana Drain is just stupid, so maybe they concede. I do have double blue. I think I'm going to play Kaito right now. I can kind of do whatever I want, actually. Because again, card is just beyond stupid. Let's make a ninja. Could matter. Could matter. Let's get a planes. Yep. Counter here. Alright, Mana Drain didn't win the game, but it did put me in a disgusting position. This is why I didn't target that with the counters, because it's definitely the scariest card in play. I don't have Cavernous Souls, still will cast this through Wash Away for land. Counter there. I'm not making another Ninja. I think I can get rid of Arwen? I can actually get rid of the land. Yeah. For sure. Don't move any counters. Proliferate. And I don't really like casting this, but I don't like not casting it. I'm not going to cast it. It's not changing that much, and I'd rather just keep this in play. Yeah, alright, so I don't know if the Mana Drain soloed my opponent, but it did push us really far ahead, and my opponent had zero respect for it, which I don't blame them. We are the Tidus deck trying to beat them to death. But, yeah, there it is. Being absolutely disgusting. It let me cast... Okay, so what Mana Drain did this game is let me cast Kodama on top of the Kaito. Kaito attacks my opponent at an angle that's probably difficult for them to deal with, while also dealing with the board. And they had to actually invest in killing the Kodama. The Kodama also got a land. I think it was just one land, right? I think it was just one land, but I think there's just a ripple effect of what this Mana Drain did, but it didn't... I said did. But it didn't win that turn, right? It just won later. I'm finding a way to blame Mana Drain for ending this game. That's what I'm doing. did. And I did. And I did. I don't want to play Arwen because I want to leave up the Indestructible on the Zac Fair thing. I want to leave up the Indestructible Zac. That's why I didn't play it. If my opponent had some kind of sweeper, I'd like to keep Tidus around, and then it's probably lights out proceeding. Because again, I don't need to have to commit more. My opponent has to deal with the board if they want to continue the game, and a sweeper is something I can do well to circumvent. So Zergo. All right. Let's name human. Sure. Easiest turn one of my life. Could have played this, but I didn't. This is not a human. Opponent has Mox. Let's play... shoot. Alright. I think we're going to be lame this turn. Could have been lame last turn, but Esper Sentinel has value to me. Okay, we're the best card in the game. Let's play Tidus. Okay, I didn't expect that. It's odd time of that. Let's play here. That actually gives me some good lines that I didn't have before. I'm not gonna swing. I don't want to lose to a removal spell, which I kind of just would because Oscillate Pride is just beyond stupid. Two can't block. Play Tidus. Correct. Play that. Put a counter here. No exchange. Double attack. They have no favorable attacks. Or trades or whatever. Then we play this. Must answer threat. Okay. I'll take it. I don't hate this spot. It doesn't take much for me to just instantly lose, though. Dies anyways. Might as well block it. It literally dies regardless. Let's get rid of Giver. Everything else is disgusting, I think. Yeah. It's up to my opponent to deal with the board state, so. Kaito is interesting. It creates more stuff. I haven't played this card yet. I think I will. Let's play this. Let's play Kaito. Everything's kind of weird here, honestly. Yeah, everything's just weird. Alright, everything's weird, so we'll just cast this. Because it's like big and scary and dumb. That, put this here, draw a card. Move that counter to the Trampler. Because it doesn't matter. They don't have any favorable blocks. But Grave Pact is a thing that exists. Alright, so we get rid of the Duelist. Yeah, we get rid of the Duelist here. It's not... I don't need the cards it's drawing me to win this game. This might actually be a game... Creature versus creature when someone has Grave Pact is really tough, but I might actually win this. Which is insane. I might also just lose, but who knows. Zombie dies. Always swing with it. Yep. Block. Exchange it with Esper Sentinel. The other two creatures have Trample. I can make one unblockable. Doesn't change that much. I think I'm playing this always. More creatures, more betterer. Correct. Especially maybe pre-combat. That was actually, I think, a really good draw. There. Here. Yeah, nice. 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 I beat Grave Pact. This card, every time I'm playing a creature-based deck, this card wins. This is one of my favorite cards in black, and yeah, I was able to outpace it without tokens. Jadar is... They basically had to build your own Shieldred with Jadar and Grave Pact, but the zombie can't block, and I have a significant amount of trample, and there's not a lot of toughness. I'm not sure they're quite dead. Let's see, they're at 12... Okay, they're at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, so they're at 16. I'm swinging for 12 plus 8. 20? They can block 6 of it for free, so here to here. They go to 15. Because they lose 1 in toughness trample. So 15. I have 14 coming in. No, they're not. They're actually not dead. So if we plan out another turn cycle, they block here. They take 14. They gain 1. I sack the Doge. Goes to my opponent's turn. They swing. Troll dies to zombie. Oh, excuse me. Troll chides a zombie. I have 3 left. Zergo doesn't change anything. Whenever token control leaves the battlefield, yeah, you probably don't even want to do that. Okay, we're just always winning. Yeah, we're just always winning. Alright. It's been a long time since you played a packed deck. I believe you. I've been there. I've been there. 10 days. Oh no, we have 10 days. We have 10 days to click this mastery orb, because apparently it's the last one, which I didn't even know. Nice. Did I finish it? Oh, I did finish it. When did I finish it? I've been staying up. I was talking to my brother for like... Okay, so when I play Magic on days I don't stream, this is what it looks like. I click this button, right? I click this, I go to this, and I click that. You guys want to see a matchup where I just stare at my opponent and then they either win instantly or they can't figure out that they've lost? This is what I do, and then I stayed up. Oh man, I stayed up so late last night. I stayed up till like 4 in the morning with my brother, talking in Discord. Yeah, it was like 4:35. What, I don't know what time it was, but I could see the sun. And I would just play this deck in the background while we would talk because I don't have to do anything, and people can't like comprehend in bronze that they've lost, so they just like keep playing the game. And it genuinely, you can have 40-minute plus to like an hour long games. It was just like me doing this. And sometimes you auto lose. It depends. You kind of figure it out pretty quick though. Elves. No? Still gonna call it elves. Bloop. And no, I'm not gonna pillage. Not gonna pillage. Nobody knows what's happening here with this deck. It's just the greatest thing ever. Nobody knows. Everyone's like, oh no, just I don't get it. And then you like see a mouse over your cards because they don't understand. But I play this deck in the background when I'm doing something else, because usually people don't concede, and you genuinely get like 40-minute games where people like don't concede. But I only do this when I need wins for the day, because I like to get 4 wins a day or whatever. There's no collected company. There's no reprieve. I'm not sure what my opponent's representing. I have no idea actually what's going on. What is Flash here? Oh, Fracture? Beseiju. Okay, Beseiju's beatable. That one's beatable, especially the first one. Now that the first one's out of the way, now many decks have a second one. You don't usually see 2 of these. I can name Beseiju regardless with Pithing Needle, if I feel like it's a problem. Could be Collected Company now, although I still don't quite know what's going on. This is new to me. Okay, sure. Cast, Invoke, Chant because using the locker room. Yeah, okay. None of this beats the combo. My opponent apparently is aware of the combo. They did Beseiju me. Beseiju'd me a bit early. Okay, that is a very significant draw. Very significant. Now I know exactly what's going on. Sprawl, Sanctuary. Let's make sure we always target this. Hollowed Haunting. Alright, so Green-White Enchantress. Ossification's irrelevant. Recipes doesn't matter. Scythus, Static, Kami, Shapers. Okay. Very straightforward deck. Wow. Not much going on here. Not much going on here. Okay. Yeah, so we probably win. They're not killing me before I get my combo. I can cast 2 things. I think I will. Yeah, we're always doing this now. I'm not going to plot it because I want to cast Phyrexian on life. I didn't find a combo piece. Assemble gets me there, though. So we'll get that. Statistically. Do this. There's no second Beseiju, so if this whiffs, we can lose. Or if we don't draw Mutavolt. Mutavolt also does it with this. So we have sort of 2... We have more than 4 looks here that win with this card. Yes, Solemnity is a combo piece. It is. Solemnity is a combo piece. Yeah, the fair value deck in Historic Best of 1. Yeah, no. That's a funny thing to steal. I think I would. Let's see if we get there. Okay, we did not get there. We did not get there. Alright, my opponent has a window. My opponent actually has a window. So be it. So let's name... Wait, undo... Black... Okay, wait. I don't want to exile these if they're a bad top deck. Okay, these are actually a bad top deck. I don't want to exile these. Let me triple check. Static prison. Oh, they have static prison. Ooh, I thought it was a portable hole. I thought it was a portable hole. Okay, these are bad draws though, so I want to keep them in the deck. And there's nothing really to name, so I'll just name You Are Already Dead. Okay. So they need to top deck Static Prison right now, and they need to target Book instead of Unlife. And they need to know this. They need to know what to do, they need to draw it, they also need to cast it. Don't care about this. You can have as many tutus as you want. In fact, the more tutus you have, the less not tutus you, not portable holes you play. Play the Sanctuary, please. Sanctuary, come on. Do it. Why wouldn't you? It's not legendary. Just play Sanctuary. Play Sanctuary. Come on. It's not legendary. I saw your entire deck. There's nothing you're floating. Just cast it. All you gotta do is cast it. Come on. Alright. What do I know? Alright, well, I already saw the whole deck, so there's no interaction here. QQ, spacebar. Alright, now we can just talk. What do we want to talk about for the next, like, 40 minutes? So I figured it out. What do we want to talk about? How's everyone's 401k doing? Has everyone got their good 401k? Everything in order? Got your children set up? So when you pass, stuff's in order? Who's a felon? Who's a felon in chat? That's a good starting conversation. If you ever go on a blind date, just ask him, are you a felon? And if she says yes, well, Merry Christmas. But if she doesn't, she's a keeper. Alright, opponent didn't concede. There's no life gain in the deck. I'm not going to get Approach. I will get Revenge. And I'll cast it. That way they can only swing at me 20 times. Approach is actually slower than this card because people can't seem to handle not swinging. He didn't gain seniority. Have you tried not getting wrecked? You should try not getting wrecked. Don't trust the stock market after 9/11? How old are you? I was like 5. I don't know why that's so funny. I don't have any stocks. I bought Dogecoin, but I haven't looked at it in like 2 years. I don't know what it's at. I didn't buy a lot of it, but yeah, I want to buy some Doge. I thought it would be funny. It's not important to me or anything though. I didn't do it as an investment, I'll say that. Before you're like, actually you should. No, I didn't do it as an investment, I just did it. Because I wanted to do it, I thought it would be funny. I think Ford is doing well, stock-wise. Ford. General Electric is a good one too, right? Pretty solid. I wasn't there for like the GameStop craze or anything weird. And it's like buying a card. You can use the logic for anything. You can use it for cards. Like, oh, your Magic card. Are you buying an investment with your $60 Magic the Gathering card purchase? No. No. But an investor would say, yeah, your Sword of Fire and Ice Judge promo is a... oh, I didn't get to say oops in time. Your Fire and Ice... Actually, that person conceded. That person conceded. But let me tell you, when you're in Bronze and you play this deck, people don't normally concede, and you need to only play this if it's a background game, because people will not concede. That was an anomaly, actually. It was a genuine anomaly. Genuine anomaly. Alright, well, I guess I don't have to do it again. Back to Tidus. Why did I even play that? What was I talking about? What was I talking about that made me play that deck just now? Fireworks? We were talking about fireworks? What were we talking about? I don't remember. Oh, they're game pieces. They're game pieces. All right, Hyrule's in denial. They're actually game pieces to Hyrule still. You poor soul. Something about talking to my brother. Oh yeah. I was playing that Solemnity deck in the background with talking to my brother at like 4 in the morning. Apparently, his relationship is in turmoil. I don't think he'll let me talk to it about strangers, because he's just that insecure about it. I shouldn't say that, but it's funny if I do say it, so I will. No, he was gonna marry someone, and I don't know if he's gonna marry her anymore. It doesn't sound like it's gonna work out too long, but they've been dating for quite a while. But I don't think the marriage is going through anymore. Kind of sad. Kind of tragic. But I can't go deeper into it, because then I'll dox his personal life and he'll scream at me even though it doesn't matter. Alright, on the play, I'm not playing against that. If I had swords, we can keep going. I'm not playing against that. Nope. You keep hitting enter because you're angry. I made your hands shake because I had a controversial opinion. So you accidentally hit the thing? Women can be fickle? Alright, look, hey, whoa. That's a no-fly zone for me. I can't engage with that statement. I cannot confirm nor deny. Either this is broken or it's terrible. We'll find out real quick. Real quick. Oop, whoops. Let's play you. Hollowed Fountain. I do kind of need another land. Again? This keeps happening. Let's see. That's an interesting one. Wow, that is probably one of the better draws. Let's get rid of you. Solituding Elvish Mystic is like kind of the best thing I can ask for here. Oh, man. Oh. Bro, they didn't even look at the next draw. They didn't even look at the next draw. See? This is what I'm talking. I love when this happens. Oh. I love when this happens, bro. This is so good that me literally force of willing it. I force of willed it. I 2-for-1 myself to deal with my opponent's Elvish Mystic. They're done with the game. That's just how strong this is. This is basically in 1v1. It's kind of like playing Sol Ring. Like that, it's... It's gonna want to sit here for a bit. I kind of want to enjoy this. Look at this. This is good. This is good. This is good. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's alright. Only one of us has to be right, and hopefully it's only me, because I'm the one that has a voice. I'm the influencer. You have to listen to me. My big, beautiful voice. I got a lot of... Wow, so many voices. Beautiful voice. Got the greatest voice. Such an excellent voice. I'd vote for that voice. If I spill this, I'm kicking everyone out. Okay. I did not spill it. We're good. Everything's fine. Could have spilled it, though. Very close. One drop. Sort of two drop. On the play. No one drop. We don't have blue. Tragic. It's against Tifa, too. Alright. I messed up everything ever. Oh, this is just a colossal mistake. I'm going to run. I'm going to run for the hills. I'm going to act like my opponent's commander is the reason why I conceded, but it's actually because my hand is terrible. Let's see. That's another game where we got color screwed, and I don't think that should happen as much. Bant should not be color screwed. To be fair, we're not playing Menadorks, which fixes all of these issues. Green is the last color to get color screwed. Okay, this has not mattered a single game. I'm taking that out. This has mattered once, but not in any significant fashion. So I'm going to take it out. It's sort of like a Crater Hoof, but also not quite. I still think Elspeth is a Crater Hoof. Gotten extremely consistently unlucky with the lands this deck. This deck has been just unlucky with lands. I guess. I mean... Without Menadorks, like, I'm not playing these, I'm not playing these. Aether Hub could matter. I still think Ancient Ziggurat is an actual card. You'd break COVID regulations for that voice? That's wild. Oh, I gotta sort that one. I gotta put that one to the back of my head. Oh, it's gonna take me hostage. Wow, that's insane. Excuse me. Ay, 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 that's wild. I don't know why. It's not even that funny. It's not even actually that funny. It's not even funny at all. It's actually just not funny. Jesus. Woo! Alright. No. We need lands. Wow, that's insane. It's not even that funny. It really isn't. It's not that funny. It's like not. It's actually not even that funny. I don't know why it's got me. Ooh, it was just the last thing I was expecting. I was expecting like cards. Like, oh, why are you playing this card? It's like, nah. I break regulations. my god. Woo! Okay. Excuse me. Oh. Oh, yeah. It's the worst thing. It's the greatest thing, you know. It was the worst thing in the world, but it's also the greatest. I got leg swept. What was I doing? What was I doing? Any color? Oh, lands. Alright, so untapped lands that... Okay, I'm playing Ancient Ziggurat. I think we can actually play this card. I can play this card. We have 42 creatures. We can play Ancient Ziggurat. We can actually play this. Something to genuinely consider. It's not just slivers. We can do it. It's not just slivers and elves. Actually, elves doesn't play this because shoot. Dang it. I gotta... Hold on. Okay. It's gone. It's gone. I got rid of it. I keep reading it. It's gone. Man, that's so stupid. Oh my god, that's so stupid. That's some stuff I would say. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so dumb. I don't know what it... Oh my... It's just something I would say. Oh. I'm burning up. Mirex? Ooh. You know what we could do is Chrome Mox. Not quite Mox Amber. We're not Mox Amber because we don't have Mana Dorks. But, if we're thinking about Mirex, I think we could also think about Aether Hub because we have cards that create energy. And Aether Hub is more than once if you have energy. And we have, Guide of Spaghetti. Yeah, we have this. So, like, I think this is slightly better. Not by a significant margin, but it's something to think about. But I don't like this. I don't want the lotus petal colors. I want, like, it's all the time. We've been color screwed too many times. I'm over it. Did we get City of Brass? Do we have City of Brass? Is that in the, Shoot. Ah, dang it. Oh, now I have the giggles. Dang it. Alright, I stared at my closet door long enough. I can, yeah, I can proliferate energy as well. That's true. But I only have one card that makes energy. It's not many. But you can proliferate energy. I'm really looking for just one more of these kinds of cards. What's the one where you... What's the Cavern of Souls that doesn't make it uncounterable? What's that one? Well, see, I agree. I agree we don't need all these lands, but I have literally spent like 2+ hours getting color screwed in a Bant deck, which I think is kind of unrealistic, but it keeps happening. It's like 1 out of every 3 or 4 games we've been mana or color screwed. I haven't changed the land count, and I'm just getting color screwed. There's a ton of 1-mana cards that are all across all the colors. Blue doesn't matter as much turn 1, but still. Still. What's the, what's the card that, Unclaimed Territory? Secluded Courtyard? One of those two. Territory or courtyard? What's this one do? Choose a time. Okay. Would Tidus work well as a scales commander? I don't know what your question means. I don't know what your question means. Yeah, okay, so there's these two. Spend this. Activated ability. Okay, so it's just like an updated version in Foundations. What's the disparity? Humans, birds. Ooh. Would our Tidus deck enjoy hardened scales? Is that what you're asking? Would Tidus enjoy hardened scales? Is that what you're asking? We're getting reflecting pool. Again, I don't. That's not reliable. That's not right. I think that's EDH Pitfall. When you have 4 opponents, it's free, or 3 opponents, it's free. It's not free in 1v1. It's not a free card. Sometimes it's worse than the true colorless land. I don't know if you're being ironic. Hardened Scales is inside of my Tidus deck. It's right here. That's why I'm mousing over them. This deck... Okay. I feel like I'm being trolled. Cards that take... Might have to just add a basic. We could run a hand land. They're so ugly. Oh, they're so ugly. Green, white hand land? Maybe just one? Alright. Fine. This one? Yeah. We're gonna try that. We're just gonna try the green, white hand land. Just call it a day. So I can keep playing. Also, hello. What is that thing next to your name, Mr. 12-inch? Mr. 12-inch? Oh, your account is brand new. Oh, look out for this person. Make sure they're not trying to sell me anything. Heart because you're a lover? Well, you've only been on Twitch for about 5 months, so I don't believe anything you say. You know how many people, you know how many accounts that have tried to talk to me and like less than 6 months old? Hey, I'm a huge fan of your content. Oh, by the way, here's my Discord link so I can get your credit card information and buy. You have to buy stuff that you don't want. Alright, so both of these are ugly. This is a hand we can only keep if Chocobo lives and we're on the draw against Sephiroth. It's not realistic. This is a little bit better, but it does demand white. It's possible, though. Discard spell would suck. Alright, dodge that. Okay. I mean, Hardened Scales is in here, though, so I just don't get what you're referring to. Let's play the 2/2. It stops the attack next turn. No, it doesn't actually quite stop it, because Sephiroth, yeah, it doesn't actually quite stop it at all. It's probably still the best thing I can do. This does not feel super promising. Boop. And I can level this up instantly. This could be significant. I think this is my best line here. It's not great though. Sephiroth probably likes to see what I just did pretty reliably. So Ward 1 could matter. No. Yeah, this is just everything here is just really bad. Everything is just terrible. I don't know. Everything here is just terrible. Mono Black just has infinite answers to every... Yep. Okay. No, I know you're not trying to troll. I just... What you said is what the deck is already kind of doing. So I'm not sure what you mean. Referring to cards that give 1/1 counters to creatures apart from Hardened Scales, like Bristly Bill, that's already in the deck. Whirling Earth, already in the deck. Yeah, I don't know. This is where the add-on where you could just type in /deck to see it would help you, but everything you're saying is already in here. I don't like any option, so I guess I'll do this for 2. It goes to 3 because of the Innkeepers, and that's actually a significant amount of treasures. So that actually... They're tapped, right? Oh, yeah, okay, alright. Mind Goblin. Oh, whatever. That's stupid. Oh, whatever. Someone on YouTube did the same thing. You're not supposed to double down, chat. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Is this a trade or is this a cheat death? I mean, this is a huge, huge trade, so it has to be a cheat death, which is just lights out, I think. It's not? Wow. Really? I'm never trading. I'm never trading. You're right, you're gert, laddie. You're right, you're gert. Bloop. Let's play Thrumming Spadoodle. Actually, plays for 1. We play for 2. Let's get an island. Plays for 2. And I could also play Thrumming Spagoodle, but leaving it Wash Away is rather significant. So I'm not going to exchange the counters. Yeah, we'll just leave it Wash Away. So. Oh look, it's a card that always wins. Let's counter that so I don't lose. Alright, this is why you leave it Wash Away. I would have probably just straight up lost had they cast that and get resolved. And let's play Spadoodle. Spagoodle. Put 1 counter of that here. Put that counter here. 1/1 counter. You must trade or chump or something random. Farming Bird's an issue, but Barkhide Troll is now also an issue. Not a significant issue, but it's one that exists. I look good here, but that doesn't mean much. We did beat Grave Pact last time, but I don't think we're doing it this time, honestly. We did beat it last time, though. Okay. Wow. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. That's what I thought. You're not swinging with this bug. Alright, let's play this. Let's plus... Thrumming Bard. Okay, leave up Solitude. No real motion to have, but this is free, essentially. This is essentially free. Okay. Still no Solitude. I'd rather keep it around. This is why you play it, so... Let's have a creature force of will. Pays 3. What is that? 6. What's that 6? That's so impactful. This is only a stab wound. This doesn't kill anything in play, right? I do lose 8 life, though. There's not much I can do about that, right? No, I just lose 8. There is, creature... Can exile my own cards? Okay, never mind. Crocodile's actually just, like, embarrassingly, stupidly good here. Okay, well. Is what it is, I guess. I don't think I have any outs anymore. Well, we'll see what happens. That from... Oh, I didn't plus Kaito first. Okay, I ruined everything. Can still exile the Thrumming Bird. Oh, that was it. Yeah, that was actually just moronically stupid. That was probably the worst thing I could have done. Alright, my bad. Alright. Yep, Crocodile just got me. That's, stupid. Whatever. Cool. Well, on the bright side, we're losing to only cards that don't exist in paper. So I guess that's a good sign. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. You know what? I wouldn't even have countered that if I had Wash Away still. I think I would always wash away the Grave Pact. So, yeah, it is what it is. Alright, this is the Sephiroth, but just categorically worse. But it's on the play, so I suppose nothing really matters now, does it? Being on the play is insanely good. In this format. Especially, apparently, with Thoughtseize. Alright, even better. Of course I draw land. Of course we draw land. Why wouldn't we, right? Why wouldn't we? Now we're getting mana flooded. I haven't changed anything. Of course. Alright, well, maybe I can still really mess up my opponent's ideas here, so we'll see. You've had Dark Ritual. Alright, my opponent's had the complete Giga Nuts. I need to draw land. Or the game's just over. Okay, I did draw land. The game doesn't immediately end. Alright, well, this is how you beat Dark Ritual, so... That's how you beat Dark Ritual. You also just suddenly have Damnation. Oh, I guess you don't. Okay. Try to dodge this card? No, this is way too good to not just cast. It's way too good to not cast. It changes the clock from 2 to 1, so... And this probably won't do much. Alright. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. I mean, that's what you have to do to beat Dark Ritual. I did not think I had a chance here. We also got mana flooded, but so when you get land flooded, it's less bad when your opponent's like a mono black discard deck, because then you're not really discarding anything impactful. But I ran out of cards regardless, and I needed to draw a land or the game was over. So, I don't know. My opponent forced it into I must draw a land or the game is over with Dark Ritual. I don't know. I know how I feel about that one. Don't know how I feel about that one. I think Dark Ritual is still just better than everything I've done. It's better than everything I did that game. If I did not draw a land, I think we just lose. So, like, whatever. Slightly worse than a coin flip. It's like a 40% chance. Slightly higher than a 40% chance. Oh, look at that. No way. No way. Play you, pass. I must mana tithe. Oh, I can't mana tithe. I cannot mana tithe. Never mind. Literally never mind. Let's play you. And hope we're not dead next turn, because that's all that we can do. Is just hope we're just not dead next turn. Ancient Ziggurat. You didn't let me cast this. Fortunately, it really doesn't matter that much, but who knows? Maybe it does. Still have outs. Okay, that doesn't matter. Sure. Weird. Also doesn't matter. Sure. Oh, maybe it does. Offer you can't refuse. Does not leave up offer you can't refuse, which to me is completely insane. I don't know how you just don't do that. Probably would have just won. Badookie. That's odd. Very odd. Very strange, lad. Very strange. I don't quite understand it. Okay, now it's making more sense now. You cannot swing. Probably doesn't matter. But technically Mana Tithe is back on the table. Oh, they didn't hit a land! No way. Does that change anything? No, not quite. Nope. Let's play you. We're not playing Avatar. I must leave up Mana Tithe. There's no reason to move the counter this turn. Oh, wait a minute. Suppose it makes sense to move the trample counter. Not really anything else, though. That was the fastest block I've ever seen. I'm impressed. Well done. Alright, well, Raoul, they untapped with Raoul, which usually means you just lose on the spot. Gamble? You can gamble all day, I don't care. I like gambling. Hey, my opponent gets to gamble, how come I don't? If I want to stream on Kick, I should be allowed to stream on Kick. And I can gamble all I want. How do you not get a land here? Let's see. Cyclonic Rift. Kind of an odd decision. I don't think that's what they got, but I suppose it's technically possible. It'd be kind of weird, though. I just don't feel like that's what my opponent just gambled for. That seems kind of nuts. Oh, Minotaur, literally anything. You cannot... Oh, you can now. Yeah, never mind. It's got vigilance. That has not changed. Oh, look, it's the hand land. Look how good it is. Aren't you glad it exists? So we play this. Yep. We move a counter. Back onto you. Here to here. Counter. Take action. No. Play this. Alright. Now we lose. Now we lose. It just took an extra turn. Okay, yeah. I'm not wasting my time. The hand land didn't matter. It didn't matter. It didn't change anything, but still. Alright, well. Silly me. I thought I could beat VV when it doesn't have the Mox, but that's my bad. Thinking I could win. Pretty solid hand, too. That was a pretty solid hand. Well, it's got cards in it. Bro, why are there so many 2-land hands in this deck? Oh my. Okay, here. Nothing. Yeah, proliferate the Heliod? Yeah. I'd have to be able to swing next turn. I don't think I have another turn, but sure, I guess. I also daydream. Okay, let's play Bursley Bill. Correcto. Shuffler doing shuffling things? Yeah. Our first mulligan is just like consistently so ugly. So ugly. Do you not have a land? This is nuts. Please don't have a land. Please. Aww. Alright. I'm gonna cast Bastry Ket because it's an ultimate I can race toward. Yes. Yeah. So sweet. They have to kill it, or I don't know, they have to play the game against it, I don't know. I didn't even read their commander. Whenever this attacks an angel demon... Okay, yep. Make them have it? Yeah, normally. Let's play Tidus. Let's play Breeding Pool first. How much you want to bet I'm just going to lose the Swords of Plowshares? Because of course I will. Oh, look. How much you want to bet this is Swords of Plowshares and literally nothing I do matters. Still going to cast it though. No reason to do this pre-combat. Let's just go straight to combat. Move that counter here. Because again, Swords of Plowshares. Doesn't need one. This is the best thing I could do to play around swords. I did not play around Path to Exile. It's about the same. I mean, Path of Exile is significantly worse for the opponent. But still, let's go to Forest, sure. Put a counter here. I already played a land, pass. Alright, it wasn't swords, but, I mean, it's kind of the same. Not really. Can you give this haste? Oh, it just has haste. Why does it have haste? Oh, because of this card. Right. Of course, of course, of course, of course, of course. As per usual, the Kalia deck just has the demon already in hand. Why not? It only makes sense. It's the only thing that could make sense, is my Kalia opponent just has the demon. Why not? It's not a dragon, though, right? It's not an angel. So it's just the best one of the three. And it's also one of the better demons you could ask for, so. It's not Gristlebrand, but it might as well be. They can literally look for Gristlebrand, and then I lose anyway, so. I can just tutor up Gristlebrand. Okay. Surprised they were threatened by that to the point where they felt like they had to deal with it. It's interesting. So I can kill that and maybe continue the game. I don't think there's anything else to really think about. The game's sort of over unless I deal with the infinite Kalia crap value. Slop value. Yeah, slop value. Alright, so put this to 1. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Counter there, there to there. Doesn't do anything. Counter there, there. Sort of does. We do the old sackety-wacketies. Yep. This makes the most sense to me. This keeps Elspeth around as well. Doesn't solve the Flage issue, but, well, you know, what really does. This is my best line. Okay. They discard land. Fascinating. Do we randomly find another excellent demon target with Kalia? I would sort of just die. I would sort of die. Okay, that's a good sign. Suppose I am now not dead to Kalia. Oh, never mind. Never mind. My opponent just top decks the ultimate things because, you know, when you're playing Kalia, you always draw what you need. You always draw what you need. Always. Every game. Okay. I played Kalia for about 5 hours. In the stream, I played Kalia, and I only had Kalia trigger twice. I had a substantial amount of demons in my deck. Don't really care about the angels, and the dragons are mid. Angels are probably second place, but only triggered twice. But for our opponent, the first time seeing it in 3 months, triggers twice in the same game. As is tradition, right off the top. Not allowed to complain, though, because I've done that too much, apparently. Silly me. How could I not play around the best thing possible every time? Wasn't Gristlebrand, so I guess I'm not allowed to complain. But still kind of just dead. Let's get headquarters. Pass. Mindstone is weird. Let's play Yeah, Bristle. Yeah. With this, it's kind of significant. If they don't play a Black Source, we're happy. Of course they play Black Source. Oh, it's tap. It's tap. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Can I play my commander? Boom, boom, boom. No, we always play this. I want the land. Land is, I mean, as per usual, more mana is better than anything else you could possibly do in the game. So. The fetch land can wait. It can wait. I don't need to play this turn. I don't need an island. I don't need anything specific, so I'll just get a I'll put a counter here for the sake of it. probably should have put the counter in Bristly Bill, though, because I think Kadama has to die. We'll see. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, we'll see. So far, they haven't played any of the bad Grixis cards, all the heist nonsense. They've only played the best things you can do, which is mana ramp, even in Grixis. But that's not saying much, so we'll see. Ooh, all right. So it is the bad version. I call it the bad version. I know heist is okay. It just, if you're playing actual Grixis removal counter spells, I feel like you're always just better off. But people enjoy their heist stuff. People like stealing your cards, even though they don't synergize with anything else you're doing. People like it, and they're allowed to do that. All right. So we can play our commander. Trample gets through. I don't care if Kadama survives. It's irrelevant at this point. I could play this first. Actually, options. Yeah, let's play this first. I like that. Let's play that. Let's do... Oh, shoot. Oh, no. There's no sequence that worked. Okay. Let's do this. Yeah. Let's play at this point... Dang. Yeah, we'll do this, but we're swinging with both. Get rid of Stone Coil Spagoodle. No. We get rid of Scourge. Stone Coil can actually have protection from my opponent. We go to combat first, or we play this? I think I'm always playing this after, so we just swing. I'll take the trade with Gonti. That's what I thought. Yeah, you thought you were blocking with that 3-1. That's what I thought. Yeah. So now, let's get our land. Boop. And this is 3-1. Play around an Edict. Sure. Could play this. A little bit too late for that, though. Okay. I mean, that's the best I got. That's the best I got. If you're playing Grixis Control... You'd play an actually sweaty commander, like 5-mana Bolus? No, that's not true. That's not true at all. Yeah. The response is exactly what I was said to you. What is that name? Bataj Hajnal. Bataj Hajnal is correct. If you're playing 5-mana Nicol Bolas, you should expect to play against higher bracketed opponents. And that makes that 5-mana Nicol Bolas less powerful than playing this one. If this is in a lower bracket, which it is, then you should play this one instead. We'll get rid of the land. Yeah, Bristleville is gone. No landfall triggers. And I don't really care if they steal anything. Both of these are valuable. The average card they steal from my deck is not very good. You could play Kefka, sure. Kefka's not weighted yet. I think it's weighted come August, when the next set comes out. Opponent does not swing at me. Interesting. Do we respond to this? I'm going to zip it out real quick. See what happens. Okay, they don't. No Cavern Souls. I do not need my commander to have this game continue. I will still pay one first. Fetch for a forest. Yeah, anything but a white source here. Which I actually can't get with that, so... Forest... Options. Alright. I can survive a counterspell, so I will cast it. It's not a counterspell. We will plus... Huh? Okay, worked out. Let's get rid of Raptor. I mean, we're doing things. Move a counter to the Duelist, as it is unblockable. Put the counter on Tidus? Sure. I feel like it's a lightning rod for removal, and they haven't shown me any, so let me to combat. This makes the counter here fine. Yep. I think this is my best bet. Cavern of Souls is interesting, but it's only interesting later. nothing? You had nothing at all? All of that priority was just Mind Stone? Wow. That's nuts. So this is probably a good example. I mean, every time that an example of my opinion shows up, I'm obviously going to press into it. Look at my bias. Look, this is the best bias. It's the greatest bias. You can't look at any other bias. When my opponent steals my cards and they have nothing to do with the primary objective of, like, counter spells, removal spells, Grixis control nonsense, it looks really awkward. This is a very good example. My opponent stole nothing of significance except probably this land, assuming they needed a land. They did shock themselves for this, and then proceeded to do nothing. I did not play around my opponent having showboating skills, like, oh, they're just representing something they don't have. But it looks like the only thing they did have was Mind Stone. We're an aggro deck, or we're as aggressive as I get as a player. I don't like aggro decks, but this is as aggressive as it's going to get for me. And maybe, actually, Clive was probably more aggressive. Oh, I'm getting caught up. My opponent has to do something, and it seems like the only thing they were representing was Mind Stone. And we're attacking them with a significant board presence, and we also have a Planeswalker. So, if they were normal Grixis control, which is the entire reason I'm talking about any of this, I feel like we'd be worse off. But people are a huge fan. I don't know where it comes from other than just the sake of enjoyment, which is fine. It's fine. But it's interesting that almost every time you see this in the command zone, you don't normally see the 5-mana one because the 5-mana one is in a higher bracket. But if you do see this one, you should expect your opponent to be the heist style things like Renzo and all that. Like Renzo's in their deck and all the heist cards and steel cards. Thief of Sanity and all that. The issue is you steal random cards and they don't really play well with your core strategy. If your core strategy is stealing cards, Hearthstone benefits this. The Blizzard game, Hearthstone, the card game, it benefits you stealing your opponent's cards. Magic Arena, or Magic the Gathering in general, you don't really benefit from stealing your opponent's cards. You're not progressing a strategy that helps you win that isn't entirely random. So what you end up doing is you gamble for really good cards from your opponent's deck. You get card value, right? Like, oh, a 2-for-1 Jew. But my opponent's 2-for-1 is a random 3-1. I can obviously beat this random 3-1. So, it's just kind of in a weird space. This is the kind of deck you expect to see against someone who plays Rogue in Hearthstone. For you Hearthstone enjoyers. For the 2 viewers that enjoy Hearthstone of mine. This is something you just stick to this strategy in Hearthstone because it works there and it works rather well. But here in Magic, it doesn't. Stealing your opponent's cards. Magic the Gathering is over 30 years old. I've been playing it for a very long time, well over 2/3 of its lifespan. And stealing your opponent's cards is not a successful avenue of victory. Singleton 100 card formats make this more difficult because it's even more random, even with heist. Which they actually didn't play any heist cards. They just exiled the top. The heist cards aren't real paper cards. They really can't be. But the heist cards are as close as it gets to successfully stealing good ideas in good win conditions and stuff. Because it can't see lands, and your opponent doesn't know what they've lost. Most people can discern it, right? Anyone can delineate the loss to gain ratio if they sift through their deck when they break a fetch land to see what you actually stole. Like, oh, this is my deck list. You cast the heist card, I can see what's missing in my deck. Most people will not take the time to do that. To me, I think that's very... I mean, I have words for that. Let's be genuine. I think when you steal your opponent's card and your opponent can see their own deck, you should be able to automatically know what that card is that's missing because they stole it with a heist card. If you cast or crack a fetch land, right? Scalding Tarn, I get to see my list. I know now that Craterhoof Behemoth is not in my deck anymore. But I don't know that unless I specifically think about it. Singleton 100. It does favor the heist card. It only favors them from inconvenience. Most people aren't going to take... I won't take the time. I will never take the time to see what my opponent actually stole. If this was ranked, I probably would, but it's not. So I don't have to write down my deck list and remember it. I don't know. It's just goofy. It's just goofy. Just play Hearthstone. Play Hearthstone. That's my take. That's my 2 cents. Crucius is fine. I don't have a problem with Crucius. I like Crucius. Yeah, exactly. It's fun. So there's plenty of people. I like it. I like Gontoing people. I like heisting people. I like Renzoing people. I like it. It's just a fun thing to do. But that's all it is. You know? That's all it is. Then it's fine. That's totally fine. Totally fine. Hey. It's our first Eureka. It's our first Eureka. It took 3.5 hours. Are they on the play? If they're on the play, I think the game's just over really quickly. I don't know if I can do much. So, okay, let's say not many people, this is something maybe to think about as well. Not many people, I'm just going to assume I'm just a waste of my time. Not many people play, like, as many commanders as, say, a content creator does. I mean, I guess I'm a content creator. I just like to do whatever. But the, I wonder, I'm actually kind of curious, if you don't play every commander like I do, right? I play every commander I get my grubby little paws on. I'm curious, is the window big enough where, like, we have 10 more days? This is complete speculation. This is complete speculation. But it feels like the Final Fantasy commanders are not truly weighted until the next set comes out. So in 10 days, as of this video, stream, whatever, that maybe they'll get weighted. I don't think I really have any business playing against Eureka. Eureka feels like an auto loss. If you're on the play and you have enough interaction, I guess you can do it. I have, like, Solitude, Swords, and all that, but, like, if you don't have enough interaction, like, I'm not running Get Lost, let's say, I feel like the Eureka matchup is an auto loss, and people don't like that term, because, it, oh, nothing's an auto loss, you're being hyperbolic, you're, blah, 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 but, like, not really. Eureka only has to mulligan for a 1-drop, and then you kind of just lose, especially if they're on the play. If they play a 1-drop, and then it goes to you to play your first land, you've kind of already lost the game, it feels. But, if you only play just, like, let's say a maximum of 10 to 15 commanders, as most people do, I feel like the perspective is a little bit skewed. All right, you know what? No, we're gonna keep playing. I'll save. I'll pin that for the outro. I'll pin that comment for the outro. Actually, let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. That's fine. Some waiting because they specifically called out the bonus sheet monsters. I don't know what monsters means. Yeah, this, but I don't know what that means. Like, it mean a lot of different things. You're not very objective about this Hyrule, Mr. Born in 1989. You're old enough to be my dad. Why are you not specifying? Be a man. Stand up. Makes sense. Some of the special guest type ones are Eureka and the partners got their weighting changed? How do you know? Literally link me anything. Anyone could say anything in Twitch chat. It doesn't mean it, or YouTube chat. It doesn't mean anything. You have to. That doesn't mean anything. Literally means nothing to me. We can play the planes first because we don't have a turn 1 play. Oof, my callus on my hand is hurting. Damn. I get these calluses from weightlifting. Okay. Always play your option land last. Let's play you, actually. Yeah, that works out. Opponent needs to interact with the 1/1 or have something very significant. A rampant growth actually is significant, so let's... I'm kind of dodging... Oh my god, bro. Ah! You know you've played too much Historic Brawl. You know you played too much Historic Brawl, bro. Like... Okay. You know when you've played too much Historic Brawl. That's funny. There it is. Oh, the old teamer ignores you deck. Oh boy. Look at it go. Look at it actually go. Wow, it's just popping right off. It's just popping right off. Jeez. Good Morning Magic said it was in. Alright. Well, as long as there's a verifiable thing that makes sense to human beings that exist on the planet, so be it. So be it. Boom to boom. Land? Oh, yes! I got 2 lands, Chad. I got 2 lands, yes. I got 2 lands. Ultimate Adu. Let's go. Oh, this is... I mean, this is just so good. You know what? I'm not playing around anything. I'm playing Thrumming. No, we can play Brawler, actually. Yeah, we can play Brawler. We can do whatever we want, actually. Let's get you here. Here. We do lose to a sweeper, but... Oh, wait, I did that backwards. I missed a counter. I missed a counter. It's fine. It's as fine as it's going to get, because I can't take it back. Alright. River's Rebuke, Cyclonic Rift, or maybe you lose. That's enough evidence for me. I mean, if there's a thing that talked about it, so be it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this is not the Urania. I thought it was. I thought it was the deal damage one. Protection from black and white. It's not. Okay. You can't bounce Tidus. You can't bounce Tidus. Which means we're probably in a good position. Opponent seems to agree. Oh, okay. Never mind. I bounced, yep. I didn't draw any lands. Kind of tragic. Maybe, I guess, it works out then. I'm hoping on a land there. So I can target Ureni with Punishment, and this no longer does anything? Correct. Still a teamer deck with infinite mana, which probably means we lose, but... Play that. Counter. Play Bristly Bill. Untapped land. Always a treasure. Counter. there. Here to there. Oh, here to there. Counter. Alpha Strike, they take 7. They take 7 regardless. I should always swing here. Don't care. Yep. You take 10. Go to 6. Ooh, okay. Alright. Always do that. Proliferate this as well. If you're any worse. And probably leave up Brainstorm. No, Brainstorm's not effective. It's not effective. I could have played this before everything. I don't know. It's hard to see all that. You never know what you're going to draw off the trigger, so. But, yeah, in hindsight, the Raptor should have played first, but it's hard to see all that. Draft is spaghetti with noodles. Short. Plays a land. Good sign. If you have a land, it's a good sign. Okay, it's a tap land. Sure, it's always a tap land, but tapped. You cannot swing with a 6/7, and I think we win. They just swing with it. All right, now we just definitely win. Nice. Look at that. We did it. Nice. It was a clean game. I feel like I was sort of half paying attention to it, but you know what? It didn't matter. How dare you pay attention when you're playing aggro? Alright, we're done. We're just gonna talk about the deck now. I gotta eat food. I didn't eat any food yesterday, and it's past 10 o'clock today. I gotta eat something today. So I'm hungry. But alright, so this deck is actually pretty good, I will say. I have to put this in here just so you know for all eternity that I did in fact say this. Hyrule is probably completely and utterly incorrect about indestructible cards, such as, but not limited to, Heroic Intervention. You could play cards like this, but I don't agree, because you can play counterspells. You are blue. Counterspells not only deal with everything else most of your opponents are doing, they also counter things in the intermediate, which is very impactful. Whereas this only works against sweepers hyper efficiently, assuming you have a board presence, and also are an inefficient protection spell if that's all they're doing, which most of the games they are. Most games you probably just want a 1-mana version of this, like Snakeskin's Veil. Right. Where you, actually this one gives you a 1/1 counter on top of everything. But this is pretty good. This is okay. You could play this card. I don't really recommend these. There's one actually, it gives vigilance. Hold on, we talked about this one earlier, which again, I think is actually the right case, as opposed to what was saying before, which was Heroic Intervention. This thing. It gives you 1/1 counters on all of your creatures, which, excuse me, ow. Which, you know, that's what you're trying to do. It gives you vigilance, so your opponent can't crack back at you hyper efficiently, and it's doing everything you want. And it's also Teferi's protection. For all intents and purposes, this is basically Teferi's protection, outside of the blue sweepers, which are Cyclonic Rift and River's Rebuke. This doesn't really work. And you must take those things into consideration. There's a chunk of cards. I don't actually have it. I had it for a second. I'll make sure I don't have it. Yeah, exactly. Because 90% of decks don't have board wipes. I've said it 10 times. I don't know how else to say it. You know, I don't know what you're playing against, but sweepers are not an expected thing. I've actually talked about this countless times in the past. Most decks, even if they can run board wipes in Historic Brawl, will not run a board wipe, because this format is getting closer and closer to spot removal mattering vastly more than sweepers. If you have 3 creatures in play, and 2 of them are a severe threat to your opponent, the average outcome at this point in the lifespan of this format is dodge spot removal. It's not dodge sweepers. most decks, even Lamb. When's the last time someone... when's the last time someone saw this? I haven't seen this commander in my opponent's command zone since it came out, and I think it's a really good commander. It's probably one of the best commanders in white, but most people, or at least, I don't know. Okay, this is actually significant too. This is a layer. This is the next layer of the cake, if you're following my tangent here. I play the things that just came out, right? I'm a slave to content creation, so I'm going to play the things that just came out. This is new. It's not weighted. However, this is like, okay, let me back this up. Let me back it up. Lamb is in Hell Q? Well, that doesn't mean anything because the Final Fantasy commanders are not weighted. This is not weighted. I've played Tidus against, like, well, no, not specifically Tidus, but you know what I mean. Final Fantasy. I don't think this is weighted yet. That's a cop-out. You're wrong. You won't accept it. That's fine. That's fine. You can accept. You can eat your loss, Mr. 1989. This is insane. This isn't crazy. But it's not weighted yet. I've played against the most egregious things with Final Fantasy commanders. I've also played against the most innocent things against with the Final Fantasy commanders. So these are all over the place, right? You get cards like this, where I don't personally see them that often, because when I'm trying to make content with new cards, if they're weighted or completely unweighted, this is something I must take into consideration, because the next set comes out in, I think, 2 weeks? Or a week and a half. The spaceship hat set. We have the detective hat, the cowboy hat, the race car hat. Now we have, like, the spaceship hat. If they don't weigh, this is something to really consider. If you're watching any content creator, it's not just me, it's any of them. If they play the new stuff and you are hyped about the new stuff and you play Historic Brawl, you must take into consideration that the new commanders that come out, which the next set is the spaceship one, if they're not weighted until the next set, so there's like, I think it's like a 2-month window, because now we have, it's so exhausting, it's so hard to keep up with everything. Every 2 months is a new set. If you're a content creator and you spend about 6 weeks of the 8 weeks available making content of the new commanders that just came out, apparently new is not 6 weeks, but to me it is. It's really fast paced. Play Magic forever. So if content creators are stuck playing the newest stuff for your eyeballs to consume their media, then it makes sense that they don't really understand or have an experience of the deck weight thing, because they're stuck playing the new stuff and it's not weighted yet. So we go a very long time without this having a deck weight, and kind of felt like that was the case here. It did not feel like Tidus was deck weighted. I played against the sweatiest of things. I played against sort of the weakest of things, right? All over the... Internally, my personal take on what's the weakest thing. So this is all over the place. And that means, going forward, this is a new concept, given the 6 entire sets a year concept that Wizards has just pushed, that I will now, moving forward, experience the unknown, whereas most people who are kind of curious about a new commander probably won't experience, because they'll stick with the 2 to 5 that they really like, and they won't touch the endless ocean of potential that I do, because I kind of like to play a new commander every time, right? The concepts and ideas of what makes a good card good and a bad card bad are not any different, and if anything, it's maybe more polarizing than it's ever been. Right. With that being said, I did specifically in the sample size that I had played just now, I did not see many mana dorks, but if my opponent was ever on the play with a mana dork, this is a nightmare to play. That your opponent playing Llanowar Elves is so significant that most things you do on your turn win, assuming you're playing second, is just not good enough. And that's unfortunate. It really is. And if you want to not encounter that issue, I'd probably say just don't play this, right? Aggro decks in Historic Brawl are not front and center, but it's not because control is so efficient or combo is so good. It's because the mana is so insane that you can't keep up. They don't even need a sweeper to impact you very significantly, right? Your opponent doesn't need Wrath of God to beat you. If your opponent has, well, not Soul Ring, but if your opponent has Llanowar Elves on the play, if you don't stop that Llanowar Elves, it doesn't really matter what Tidus is doing at all, actually. If assuming your opponent then snowballs with the Llanowar Elves. If they don't snowball with the Llanowar Elves, you can keep playing. But if they do, and you don't have Solitude or Swords, or Path of Exile is not an answer at all. I think Path of Exile is unplayable. I saw it actually twice. I think we saw Path of Exile 2 or 3 times today, which is kind of funny. We got Path, and I'm like, oh, thank you. Thank you for thank you. As soon as it's like exiling anything from 8 mana down, it's like you don't care. Path of Exile is just insanely good for you. So good for you. But if they exile like Ulamog, yeah, you could be kind of probably bothered by that. But I'm shy of Ulamog, Emrakul, or the targetable Emrakul or Ulamog. It's like, you don't really care. It really just boils down to mana. Singleton 100 format cards, decks, and then boil down to mana, right? If Soul Ring is legal, which it's about to be with the Soul Land of Ancient Tomb, when Ancient Tomb shows up, I think we're screwed. Aggro decks are kind of going to get destroyed, right? Like, if you envision a format where Nadu, Yuriko, actually any of the colorless decks, Ujin particularly, any format where Ancient Tomb is legal, you now have the issue that that's actually too fast for your aggro deck. Because Ujin just shows up on turn 4, and nothing you did mattered, right? Like, you can actually mana tithe Ujin, and it probably doesn't matter, because it still gets a trigger. We're getting into a realm where, like, the best aggro strategies are going to start to look or not exist at all. They're going to have to look like the ones from Vintage. Or I guess Legacy. Not to be, the sky is falling. Probably something like Legacy, where you have to enter the dungeon or venture into the thing that got banned in Pauper because it was stupid. Now it's like legal in Legacy and Vintage. It's like you enter the dungeon and you have to do this instantly. The best and most efficient white aggro decks are doing the same thing red aggro decks have been doing for like 4 to 6 years, where you play your Soul Land or a 2 mana producing thing, and then like a Mox or Simeon Spirit Guide. I'm pulling this right out of my butt crack. I think it's Simeon Spirit Guide is the name of it. Where I don't really consume Legacy too heavy. Where you just like play these insane things like Gobble and Rabblemaster turn 1, or sometimes turn 2, and that's just the aggro thing to do, because anything shyer of that is not anything too shy of that is not good enough. And Historic Brawl, I've said it a few times ever since Tana said it in chat, there is not enough Like, this is timeless. Historic Brawl is timeless. Stop playing your fun 6-ofs and then proceed to complain on Reddit why your 6-drop didn't work. This is timeless. You're playing timeless. If you want to play Brawl, you gotta play Standard. I like Standard Brawl. Standard Brawl is pretty fun, you know. It's down to 60 cards, it's not 100. But that means the 40 cards that are missing are not Lana Royale's Meta Drain, Dark Ritual, Lightning Bolt, Ragavan. Right? You can play the other things. But if you don't enjoy those kinds of things, then, you know, you probably shouldn't be playing Historic Brawl. And this is something you need to realize. Because if you don't, you're just going to be upset all the time. You're like, man, my cards aren't working. Yeah, well, because you're playing against timeless decks, right? You just are. You don't need Oko to accept that you're playing against timeless. This is a timeless format. Dark Ritual exists. You can't just play your grindy 3-drop and expect to win, unless Dark Ritual casts at turn 1. If your grindy 3-drop's a black card, you know, there you go. But other than that, you know, and the only reason I'm saying any of this, right, is because aggro decks, after having just played one, do one of two things. One of those things is you destroy those decks that are slow and don't expect aggro decks to exist in Historic Brawl because they're not quite there to get past the finish line. So let's say we have let's say there's 3 major things happening in the strategy of the format. Combo, control, extreme efficiency mid-range. Right? So you're an aggro deck, you play against a combo deck, but it has control level answers to your nonsense. Doesn't care what you do, it just sweeps it. It just wins before it matters. The control deck doesn't care. It sweeps it or controls it out and wins. The mid-range deck does everything you're kind of doing, but a turn slower. But all of these mid-range things are happening at a 2-for-1 ratio. Kind of like, if, again, going back to Modern, if you like Jund. Jund is like a 2-for-1 fetish deck, right? Oh, Dark Confidant died, but it drew a card. Oh, Tormagoyf 2-for-1 Jew. Oh, Liliana of the Veil 2-for-1 Jew. You know, you get these little like 2-for-1. Renin 6 got a land value, land ramp, blah blah blah. You get these 2-for-1 value engines going, and suddenly your aggro deck looks horrible because all of the other things everyone else is doing is so good against you. They don't necessarily consider you as a part of the meta. And that's where the first one comes in. Like I said, they answer everything you're doing inconsequentially. Or, the second outcome, no one respects you because you're an aggro deck and aggro is not real. Aggro doesn't exist in Historic Brawl. I will not respect it. So you're going to cyberbully all of the decks that are not prepared to actually engage with an aggro deck. And you will trample them. You're going to trample the person who's prepared as a control player, who's prepared for the hyper-efficient mid-range strategy and the combo deck. They're going to be ready for these. And also the other control decks, I guess. Control is kind of like, I don't know, 10% of the meta. Not a lot of people enjoy it. But, you know, it's there. It's more significant than aggro, I would argue. So when you play your aggro deck, and you play against someone who's not ready for aggro because they never respect it, because it's not a thing, then you're going to trample them. So there are your big wins. This is nothing new. People who climbed a ladder like 8 years ago to get into Mythic every whatever, they probably still do it. I remember when Mythic, they announced the first Mythic tournament thing, like the Mythic Championship. I was like 2 ranks off of getting invited to the first PAX Mythic tournament, but I lost to aggro. I was playing a blue-white Teferi deck, and I lost because like the red aggro decks could play like 10 games to my one game, and I just couldn't keep up. I was like, I couldn't get into the top 16 of Mythic Ladder in the first Mythic Ladder. Just couldn't do it. And that kind of sullied my attempt to ever do it again. But that's a completely different story. So, you got to expect this, and you have to prepare for that. And that's something this deck is doing. It's like, oh, they don't expect aggro, you win because they have no answers. Or they're extremely ready for everything, and you either win or you lose, and it starts to boil down maybe to a 50-50, right? You have your Mana Tithe. You can actually run more than just Mana Tithe. I did have Mana Drain. Again, going back to Sweeper Protection, like Heroic Intervention, your counter spells are essentially doing the same thing, except they're doing the same thing against more decks than just the Sweeper. And they're also actually protection spells. They're literally doing everything a protection spell is doing anyways. For the most part. Some of them cost 2 instead of 1. But you know what I mean. So a deck like this does really depend on what the meta is, and it depends on what you're expected to play against. I had great success today. I think I played against a lot of people who were not expecting any kind of aggression towards them. If they see there's green in your commander, your opponent might genuinely mulligan accordingly, and you get into a pitfall. That's my new word of the week. That your opponent gets into a pitfall where they're like, oh, I must answer Llanowar Elves. But you don't have a Llanowar Elves. So you play just like this 1/1 with a counter on it. Your opponent's not respecting it because it's not Llanowar Elves. And then they play, I don't know, whatever on turn 2. And then you play Tidus on turn 3. Not even with Cavernous Souls. It doesn't matter. They don't respect any of the stuff you're doing. And you trip up your opponent because they play either off curve or their keep of 7 or 6 or whatever is inefficient, having expected to play against Llanowar Elves, and you don't have it. You're just trying to beat your opponent to death. Whereas, let's say you're Delny, you're playing this. This is, let's say for all intents and purposes, this kills your opponent at the same pace as Tidus. It's the same clock, kills your opponent at the same turn, does kind of the same thing. Turn 3 commander, you're not ramping it out, there's no mocks. Your opponent's going to mulligan accordingly because you're mono white. This is significant. This is something maybe a lot of people don't think about. Your opponent is going to mulligan when they see your commander. And, I sit there and think like, oh, why is my opponent taking forever to choose their starting 7? Like, come on. It's like, well, because they're looking at your commander and they're like, all right, it's not in green. Can I keep this hand? Probably. Oh, it is in green? I might have to mulligan because they have green. They could have the 1-drop. My opponent is actually on the play. I must answer the potential Delighted Halfling. I just have to. I got a mulligan for it. Right? They don't have to think about this if you're playing Delny. It's mono white. They don't have to think about that. This is a significant thing. This is something to consider. There's a benefit if you're not running Delighted Halfling in the Minidorks. Because if they mulligan accordingly and you don't have them, well, you're ahead. And that's pretty significant. So, I don't know how long I've been rambling, but when it comes to the actual deck and the cards in the deck, I'd say it's solid. I liked everything we were doing. The less cards I ran that cost more than 2, the happier I was. I think I actually ended up taking a couple of them out. This still feels like a 5-minute Craterhoof Behemoth, where if your opponent doesn't, I guess, actually literally counter it, or stifle or something, giving all your creatures flying, is probably lights out on turn 5 with a deck like this. So this is kind of like Craterhoof Behemoth. It's just really scary. It also has that uh-oh button at -3 to just deal with a very good blocker or something. I was a big fan of this. And I felt like I just had enough white cards for Solitude. But that's up to the individual. If you don't think I had enough, don't run it. I wouldn't fault you for running it. You could run another creature that just attacks your opponent or something. Reprieve or, whatever. Something like that. But I'm a pretty big fan of this strategy with everything I just rambled on about. I think, if you want to play Tidus, it's pretty good. People who are not prepared for it are going to get swarmed by the 1-1 counters, whatever. Like, a lot of this is effective redundancy. It doesn't really matter what you're doing. If it's aggressive, it's all kind of the same. Tidus, if you enjoy the 1-1 counter beatdown thing, is pretty good at it. I'd say very good at it if you knew exactly what you were playing against every game. Like, oh, we're in bracket 2. We can play exactly the bracket 2 cards. I now know what to run and what not to run. If you knew exactly all that, Tidus is really good. But you don't quite know that. So I don't know if it's just straight up better than... I really don't know what to compare it to. Because we know where Adeline is, bracket-wise. We know where Nadu is, bracket-wise. I don't know where Brimaz is. But, it's kind of the beatdown thing. Clive is a good example, right? I think I brought this up last time, too. Clive is very scary if you're playing an aggro version of it. Because apparently no one's prepared for that. I don't know. That's what happened when we played Clive. We just and then everyone died. But every Clive opponent I've played against had a bunch of mana rocks just to play Clive. But the devotion was lower, and the payoff was lower, and you're still not guaranteed to flip it because it doesn't have haste, and it still dies all the same. So it's like, I think the mono-red aggro thing is real. Everyone's either prepared for it or no one's prepared for it. Which leads to a rather swingy outcome. And 100 card singleton formats, they're always going to have that. They're always going to have that. But when you have an extra unknown variable of what you're exactly paired against, because you don't know, because Wizards won't tell you, bracket-wise, I don't want to tell you, but can recommend. It's a fun commander. No mention of the commander essentially allowing you to draw an extra card. Well, sure. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying, but yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason this would start to win, because you're drawing extra cards. But you should be killing your opponent. It doesn't. It's just that's not part of the thing. But yeah, okay, yeah, it also draws cards, but so does the 3-mana thing. What should we call it? This thing, like it's like, yeah, you can play this too. Adeline, all that. It's the same concept. The concept's still there, but yeah, sure. You're not wrong. Had I not brought that up, but yeah, okay. So I can recommend this commander. I like it. It's fun to play if you like 1-1 counter beatdown stuff. It's fun, but that's all I've got for you. So can recommend. Let me know what you thought about it. Like, comment, subscribe. And I'll see you guys next time.